second session already.
Apologies on the microphones. We got all our lines and our wires crossed here. Shame on us. The opening squat, however, for this second session of the day for Isaac Hess, that is a good lift. It's 2-to-1. The red light coming in the middle for depth on that squat. Isaac, a raw teen 1. All right, folks, again, if you're just joining us, we have a session 2 rockin'. This is 2 more flights. We actually lucked out. We thought each of these flights a couple of weeks ago, or each of these sessions rather, was going to be 3 flights each. Instead, based on the number of competitors today, we were able to squeeze everything into just 2 flights on each of the 2 sessions. Isaac Parker is going to be taking the 130 opener. He got 3 reds, so that means you got to either retake or stay at that same weight for his second. You can go up by as little as 2.5 kilos, but you cannot go down. Druheen Das is our next competitor up, going to take 137.5 for his opening squat. This is beyond twice body weight. Druheen weighed in at 64.1 kg out of the 67.5 class. It's very underweight, very light for his class. Rocks the naked knees. No sleeves here. Druheen, a late addition to the roster for this meet, but here he is on the platform. He's got a successful opening squat. Thanks once again for joining us over here on YouTube, the Power Belly Barbell YouTube channel. This will be session 2. Now, you've already found us, hopefully. If you're watching this back, then it's not an issue either. But if you are currently kind of struggling with, hey, what the heck do I do here? How do I reconcile all of my my struggles with technology? Well, just trust us. This is session 2. This is the last session of the day. We got 3:02 p.m. and we're already cranking through these squats here for Flight A. We creatively call that first flight of each session Flight A, and the second one Flight B. And once we get through both of those in the squat event with 3 attempts for each and every single lifter, then we take about 10 minutes break. We step out, and when we come back in, time for the bench press, and then onto the deadlift, all in that order. Michael Henderson, opener, 82.5 kilos here. A very upright looking squat for him. Michael's got a little bit of that wrist extension that like every once in a while you'll see lifters who really love it, that they say that allows them to get a whole lot more upper back tightness. Many are a little bit wary of it, as they feel like, well, if that wrist extends a little bit too much under load, if it keeps extending, that just might be sort of an issue. Hunter Penny up under the barbell here, a 75 kg opener next. All right, and we are going to welcome back in our crack producer and my co-host for the day, if you've got me in your ear, Mr. Ian Varquez.
I do. Thank you for welcoming me, sexy Tanner. Handsome.
Man, did I pay this guy enough to say all of that, folks? I'm not certain if I did. I'm going to have to go and look at the receipts later on.
He's 6 foot.
That's true. At least 6 foot tall. And look, here we are.
Here we are. Back at it for our second session here today, as Tanner has already mentioned. Tanner, what are you expecting here in our second session here today? Who are some standouts to look out for?
I like the big guys. You always start with, you know, the lighter competitors in the earlier flights as a general rule, right? Mm-hmm. When you get down to the super heavies, I like the last attempt, or the heaviest attempt that is put in at the end of Flight B's squats. Jaden Nash, the guy's name, a guy that we've been able to witness a couple of times here in USAPL. And I, as always, don't want to spoil the surprise for you, but that number that he's got loaded there, I am really, really excited about. It's a nice round number, too. Never looks quite as beautiful with the competition setup, the collars being what they are. I mean, I feel like because we're here, we may as well tell people all about loading that barbell. But basically, that 20-kilo power bar is used for all the 3 lifts, the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. You got those competition collars, one of them being 2.5 kg, a pair of them then being 5. And then those red round things, those all-important plates, those are 25 kilos apiece. A pair of them makes 50. Your next denomination is a blue, a pair of them making 40, and a single one being 20, as we said. Yellows are 15, a pair of them makes 30. Greens are 10, a pair of them makes 20. Whites are 5 kg apiece, a pair of them making 10 kilos. Blacks are 2.5, a pair of them making 5. And silver, your smallest denomination here on the day, making 2.5 total, with a pair of them being 1.25 each. Gabriel Tuller on an opening squat. That's a big number at 190. And now I think everyone's going to be an expert on loading the barbell, and they're never going to need, like, have you seen that Load the Bar app where you tap on the sides and add your plates, or you enter a weight and it'll tell you the plates to load? You know, something. And every really hardcore powerlifting gym, are you really a powerlifting gym if you don't have those loading charts too that are real nice and colorful?
Oh, 100%.
And we'll still misload our top set like every other week, whether you like it or not.
Yes. My favorite part about being a powerlifter is just saying, oh, I'm still going to do it in pounds, and I'm just going to round up.
So I'm surprised, by the way, that is 3 red lights on that squat from Andrew Norton. I like the depth. Doesn't matter what I like. But really, it is so close on certain equivalents that you may as well use the pound plates if you're somebody who, you know, that's what you have more access to at your home gym and things, and that's what's more convenient to you.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, at the end of the day, powerlifting is a sport where you just kind of use whatever equipment is available to you. If you really want to get specific, obviously that does give you the advantage. But at the end of the day, you can't always worry about every single detail unless you're getting to that elite tippity top of the sport.
Brian Mullet took a little bit of a hitch there trying to clear that bar out of the pins on his right side, and then came back and launches that opening squat on 195. I like the look. Many have finished better than they've started. That was, for really a ton of people, a theme throughout that first session squats. Is a lot of people were feeling out the depth. We've been telling a lot of people, 100%. These standards are really, really tight, and you've got to hit them. You know who we've got as our head referee for this one, as I'm now being able to see through our crowded little backfield here. But we have USAPL Michigan State Chair Dane Roach as the head referee today. So I expect him to be tough on everybody, not because he hates people, not because he's a cranky, grouchy gentleman, because he has been at the very highest levels of the sport as an international referee and expects that everybody kind of, you know, lives toward that standard of the really, really high level competition.
I mean, if there was no standard, it wouldn't really be a competition now, would it?
Sure.
Now, folks, you may have noticed, but Trevion apparently does not have a last name. Somehow he's just so strong he breaks our system that he only needs to put in a first name. Me and Tanner got to see him at States. Amazing athlete here. We'll see him come out here on his first attempt at 220 kilograms or 485 and some change pounds.
His all-time best squat, Ian, 237.5, but what he did hit at USAPL States was 227.5. So this is only 7.5 kg under that, or you're talking 17 pounds and some change. That's not an easy opener, true?
No, not an easy opener at all, and one could say very risky.
Yeah. We always tell at usually the very first missed attempt of the day, though that was not a miss, we always say you only have two options. You can either go up by as little as 2.5 or stay the same if you miss.
Yeah.
That's one of those where I don't think he wants to go up much more than 2.5. I expect he's going to go up by 5 kilos, but he doesn't probably have a lot of room beyond that. That's whatever his plan was coming into the day. I bet you it just changed.
It did. It did. Especially since he was able to get that. So we'll see how the rest of that plays out for him today. Now we're already back at the top of the flight. We got Isaac Hess at 102.5 kilograms. Looks like he's going to be right there at depth, but I don't want to jinx him.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you.
I know.
We'll learn. Not only that, but everybody else will learn as we go throughout the session that those standards are going to remain as high as they were early this morning at 8:59 a.m. when that first attempt came through. That was who was it? Was it one of the Frazier kids? Right? Oh, shame on me. I think it was Josephine.
Yes.
20.5 kg.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. And that was such a fantastic story for those of you that weren't with us in the first session. You had Dave Frazier coaching all three of his kids, the ages of 8, 10, and 11, and all of them getting out here on the platform for the first time. Everybody posting a total, and when every lift you hit is a PR, that means that they had a career day, right?
Honestly, what such a storyboard day. I mean, I said earlier, a family that lives together is strong together, and what a better way to bond than being the strongest family probably in the province.
Right. Drew Heen Das back out, did miss on his first squat. We got a whole bunch of push-pull competitors, and including one bench-only competitor. This is for that reason, the squats are going to go pretty quick for this flight, is what we mean to say. I shouldn't have said anything as we're, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Because we've been to too many of these to think that. Drew Heen Das is grindy in the middle. Oh, Taylor Guzzi in the chat. What did I do to deserve that? Wow. Oh, Taylor, I wish you were here. USAPL Iron Games last year I had some fantastic memories of Taylor Guzzi in this same building in Elite Fitness North. Don't worry, I'm going to pull up the numbers on that, Taylor. But I remember you hit some PRs here.
That was already last year.
Yeah, can you believe that? Right, August of last year.
Yeah.
It's not quite a year, but it feels like it.
Yeah, close to a year. We're going to have Michael Henderson come out here, 162.5 kilograms. That's a 12.5 jump here.
That is the most mismatched kit I've ever seen in my whole. That's man. It's a little grab bag from everywhere. But you know what? If it's comp legal, you show up in. You ever heard the Marilyn Monroe story with the potato sack?
No, I haven't.
No, it's that kind of thing, right? So because she was a very accomplished, very famous model.
Yeah.
There was the idea that there's this natural beauty that she can wear anything that she wants, and to buck some of those trends of her time, fashion-wise and things, that she did a whole photo shoot wearing a burlap potato sack.
That's funny.
Right?
Yeah.
And stick it to them.
That's funny. Yeah. I mean, when you're the top model like that, pull it off. Why not?
And when you are like one of the biggest celebrities, I mean, in the United States at the time. Now, population was smaller, right? There's always the selection processes affected by the sample size, but nonetheless.
Yeah.
Hold on, I've got to drop the like here, drop an emoji for Taylor Guzzi. I'm sorry.
Oh, just for you.
Me.
We got Hunter Penny here, 167.5 kilograms. Looks like a good second attempt here. Man, I cannot imagine being a spotter right now. Session 1, going back into session 2, especially if you had to do the deadlifts, loading that stuff is not fun and honestly pretty hard for your back. See Tanner over there.
Who's that other guy in the chat? We got another comment coming in. Can you see that? I don't know what's going on there.
I have no idea who that is. No idea at all.
Uncertain. But if you do look up at your screen, you may see a powerlifting meet if you are able to pull yourself away from the chat.
Anthony O'Neill, 175 kilograms. And it's a good lift for Anthony.
Those notes on Taylor. Don't think I forgot a 302.5 kg total back at USAPL Iron Games. Lifetime deadlift PR of 137.5, beyond 300 pounds. Everybody knows that barrier. You've got to get that 137.5 to go beyond 300 pounds. That is a core memory for anybody usually that's pulled that off, right? You gotta, in order to get to that 400, you gotta get to the 300 first. And then to the 500, you gotta get to the 400 first. It just, we all know that feeling of a mental barrier of a number to some degree. 300 pounds for many is a great start. We are well over 300 pounds here for Gabriel Tuller on his second. Ooh. That's tricky. Tricky in the middle. Did you think up and down?
I think up and down a little bit.
That's what I thought.
I was thinking up and down. Because he did get a blue card there. It did not look like it was soft knees. He didn't not, like, that was way before then. So there's that little pause in the middle. I agree it was an up and down call there.
Yeah, so on any of the three disciplines, you're going to see them in this order at all times. You might have figured it out by now. The squat, the bench press, the deadlift. We do the same thing all the time in a Groundhog Day kind of phenomenon. But in any of those three disciplines, if at any point that bar takes an appreciable dip in its progress upwards and then you regain that progress, doesn't matter. If at any point it went down and back up, no lift. Andrew Norton here missed on his first squat.
Wow, that was a real quick descent there.
Really was. That was way better on the second. He does still get one on the left that is a red.
You can see a little bit. You'll see a lot, I feel like, with these heavier squats. Not a lot of people, I mean, there are some people, depends on how you're built, but you'll see a lot of people just aim for that 90 degrees, or your hip getting beneath that knee crease. And, you know, don't go deeper than you need to. You don't need to use as much energy, but caveat being that you might not be strong enough in that in a deeper position if you need to. And if the refs call you for being too shallow, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, because then you know you have to go deeper. No matter what that next weight on the bar is, doesn't matter. It's going to be exponentially more difficult. In that bottom portion, in that last inch, 2 inches that you're missing out on, I'm glad that you said that, Ian. That is because strength is so position specific. It is, if you don't train that, that final couple inches where this is at my triple flexion point, right when the hip, ankle, and knee are as flexed as I can get them. If you don't train in that position, you're going to lack strength in that position.
Yeah, that could put you in the butt.
Yep.
I'm just saying, every day meets different. Every judge is different. They'll try to judge you to the best standard, but some people like it a little bit deeper.
Louis Generou last competed at USAPL Clash of Kilos. You were there, I was there. Great time over in Goodrich High School. His second here is, he's kind of sputtering with the engine of his mouth. Pop, 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 pop. But as long as that train keeps on moving, that's good enough. That bar can slow down, that bar can stop. But as long as you don't get the up and down.
You generally say, most people, you brace, you hold it for the whole time. Would you say it's generally safe to be able to release the air as you're going back up from your squats?
Oh, boy. That's actually a more interesting question than you know. So I've heard some people talk with rep squatting, especially higher volume squatting. Let's say, I mean, more than 5 reps is cardio, I'm told. But let's say sets at 8, 10, or beyond. I think it is wise to breathe before the very top of each rep. Hold on one moment. We got Trevion, Tenu UK taking a big old second. 230 keys. And that is good on the second. That is 7.5 below his all-time PR. He's probably got a really good chance of loading that and hitting it for the third. So the cue that I hear a lot of people say, Norman LaFleur in the chat, let's go. Oh, I wish we had him in for session number 1. My man, Norman, an absolute boss. Good luck at USAPL Nats, my man. The chest in the water is this cue. So basically, you act as if you are in chest deep water. By the time that you've descended and come all the way out to the point where your chest and head would come out of the water, then you breathe. You, of course, anytime below that point, you're submerging yourself in the water, so you hold your breath so you don't get it all up in your nose, right? But as soon as you break that point with the torso, that's when a lot of times you can let it go. Maybe wouldn't recommend it as much for the 1-rep maxes because, boy, you still got the risk of the passy outies. Isaac Hess is no dice on his third squat. Good catch on our side spotters end of things. So that's usually my thought on it. Yep. I would recommend. It's tough because I'm somebody who has mistimed the breathing before with my squat pattern and even with the squat command of the head referee. I've showed some referees around the videos and things, and a lot of people have told me it's an area that I need to improve. That I anticipated a squat command instead of reacting when I got it, and so my breath didn't hold long enough to complete that entire grind, get to the bottom with holding that that IAP or that intra-abdominal pressure. I think most people, if you can hold your breath a little bit longer, you'll want to. You'll want to practice that skill of holding your breath. That was a long-winded answer, but I think, like, in one word, I would say, yes, don't breathe.
Yes, don't breathe. Yes, 100%.
Druheen Das had a tough second. I mean, if you love to grind, there's nothing that says you can't. Oh, did you think he's got all 3 reds?
I thought that looked fine. Let's watch the replay real quick.
Yes, there can always be something that we missed.
Oh,
I think we missed the very tiniest bottom of the range of motion.
It looked like it was right there at depth. So it's hard to say. We're seeing one angle. We're not seeing from the sides. So.
And we cheat, of course, because we watch it on a monitor. Yeah. There's so much stuff going on. I don't know if everybody knows this on meet day. We're physically unable to see the platform IRL.
Right.
We can see Isaac Parker, though, just sitting all the way on his heels. I love a guy that's got not only a big calf, but a huge hamstring, where that is, once those two make contact, that's the bottom of your squat.
Yeah.
Like, they are bottoming out their entire anatomy. You can't go any deeper. Yeah.
Right. It's like a natural box squat for yourself.
And even finding those out of some of the lighter weight classes, it's pretty rare. Isaac Parker there was a 75 kg.
No, some people are genetically gifted not to train calves.
Yes. And sometimes you train them a little bit too much. That can further limit your depth, to be honest. If you have a disproportionately huge calf, it can. Michael Henderson out of those 82.5 as we rock down to the third squat attempts here for Flight A, Session 2. Is it a mouthful? It's worth it. Trust us. 3:23 p.m. We began this session right at about 3. You had a fair little layover, and then, of course, we flipped the streams over, right? So go back and watch all of Session 1. Go back and, make some clips for us. Make some highlights. Tag your favorite. I don't know, right? Where would you do? If you, Ian, were in their shoes as our fans and viewers today, where would you look to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Where would I look through in the stream? Well, I definitely at least go through those interviews we had. Yeah. Some great advice from the owner here, Dave, and we got to talk to Mr. Curry.
Yeah, Armani Curry. That was a fantastic chat. We don't want to spoil it too much there, but just a lifter who experienced a tremendous health setback, and is on that recovery road looking to make his way back to USAPL Nationals. Hunter Penny from that mid-range. He hit a little wall. I liked it a lot.
I liked that. I did.
I thought, I don't know what they're going to call him for if we do get reds, but he gets one on the left anyway.
I mean, all you need is 2 to pass, so.
It's true. It's true.
I don't think anyone ever intentionally goes for 2 whites anyway.
Right. Show me 2 whites, they say. Vanna, can I have 2 whites?
2 whites.
Can I buy 2 whites?
I just want the bare minimum.
Yep.
Anthony O'Neill, 185 kilograms. That's a 10-kilogram jump for him. His 3rd attempt. And that looks like a clean 3rd attempt for Anthony. Looks like they will give him a red card for depth. But, like we just said, all you need is the twofer.
Yeah, we've been seeing too much of this to expect every single one to pass with flying colors.
Right.
That's where the standards are today. You've got to meet our referees, frankly, where they are on the day. Whatever they're calling, wherever they're looking, wherever they're sitting. Are they really super close to you? Are they, scrutinizing you? It doesn't matter because they have 3 votes between all of them and you need 2 to go your way. They're trying to pass the lifts too, but even so, you got to meet them where they are.
Gabriel.
Man, that's the highest bar position I've seen, I think, all day long.
I like it. Looks like he does get the white lights. Just didn't update as fast as I would have hoped. It's all right. We got Andrew Norton going for his 3rd attempt on squats, going to 212.5 kilograms or 468.48 pounds. He's with the team Andrew Tran's Minions.
Yeah, I saw that. Our team standings in the back of one's mind sometimes, yeah. But then some people put in some absolutely heinous team names that, we don't want to give those airtime if we don't have to. Andrew Norton. Ooh, man.
Wow.
He caught a 3rd wind. I don't even want to call it a 2nd wind because that was sort of like a double pause squat. And then at the very top, he's all the way through it. Taylor says, who's reffing today? Taylor, in the head ref spot, we have Mr. USAPL State Chair Dane Roach. On the right, we've got Genevieve Nagel. I'm struggling. Ian, can you see who's on the left? Again, folks, I'm actually not 6'5".
I'm not sure.
Okay, we're still struggling to see around our whole setup. I know it's not our newly crowned national referee, Wendy Cloud, because she is over at the scorer's table. As is Bryn Nevins, who was, for the most part, on the left of the judge's chair for the entire first session.
We got Brian Mullet here.
We'll try and check that at the changeover for you, Taylor. But great question. Again, at the head, it's Dane Roach, and on the right, Genevieve Nagel.
220 kilograms. Judges say it's good. Gets his 3 white lights here. And we're going to go with Lewis next. 227.5 kilograms. And that will break the 500-pound barrier here at 501.55 pounds. The bar is loaded here for Lewis. Big respect for guys who lift in long hair. I could not. I need the most minimal amount of, for me, things on me.
Don't you ever wonder if the hair gets pinned under the bar and is painful?
That's what I'm scared of.
I think of that at times.
But it's not a problem.
Oh, that's close. Genevieve Fisher, I meant to say as well. Shame on me, my bad.
And we will get to the end of our squats here for Flight A. Trevion doing his final squat at 235 kilograms. That's 518 and some change in pounds.
I'm really glad that it populates everywhere as just Trevion.
Yeah.
And so then the meme can stay alive for quite a while. Trevion Teneyuque, folks. Teneyuque. Spell it all out. Look, the most important part is the lift that's actually on the bar. This is just 2.5 under his all-time best squat. Looks like he's gonna have. Oh no!
Oh, and
he just lost it with the wrist extension. I mentioned that. I think it was in the very first squat of the day with Isaac Hess. Take a breath, come back to center, Ian, and find Nirvana. So with the very first squat of the day, Isaac Hess, I mentioned wrist extension. Some under the bar aggressively roll this wrist back. They cock it back like this.
Yep.
And that bar can really, if you're getting it way toward the fingertips and not deep toward the palm, can really have that tendency to roll out. I think that's what happened because that's not a pass out. That's not a broken arm or any other kind of injury. I think it's just some overextension of the wrist with the bar towards the finger as opposed to toward the palm.
In the palms.
That's my guess.
So what's the call on something like that? Obviously, if you fail, you're supposed to stay with the bar the whole time, right?
Of course. You hear that at every ref rules meeting. Even when you don't ask at all, they always tell you, don't dump the bar.
Right.
It's entirely possible that he will be DQ'd from this point onward. I did see Dane come out of his chair there from the head referee spot, and he, of course, has that final say. It's, we know that the lift wasn't going to pass, right?
Yep.
But my guess is that that'll be the end of his day.
Yep. I mean, he wasn't trying to do it intentionally.
Don't you feel that that could happen to a lot of people pretty often?
Yes.
On a really maximal squat, if you are struggling with shoulder mobility to get it where you want on your back, if you have, again, you have the natural wrist extension where your wrist just wants to do that. If some people squat so fast that that bar really whips when they lock it out when they stand up, right?
Yep.
That will make it want to come off their back. Like, there is a lot of ways, I think, that maybe people don't realize that that could probably happen a lot easier than you think.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard. I mean, although just the weight that gets onto the bar that time, and then now you're just supporting it there. It's tough. It gets really tough, and I see people put chalk on their back to make sure that doesn't fall.
Yeah. That's an underrated little boost that some people can get. I don't use it myself because I don't train with it. I don't compete with it. It's that simple.
Can't reach behind there. Your back's too big.
Again, I didn't pay him to say that. Ethan Morrow, the son of our esteemed Power Belly Barbell meet director Chloe Darnell. He will open up on a 130 kg. I heard the guy made a bit of a gut cut. That's one of those, weight cutting tactics that's a little bit cursed.
Yeah.
So he was, in order to, let's, introduce the whole idea. Weight classes, right? You got to be below the cap for your weight class. So his weight class being 90 kilos has to weigh in, about 198, and you can't be above 90 kilos to get in the class. Guy, in order to reduce the gut content, the total weight of food in the stomach and the digestive tract for the several days beforehand, you eat very, very calorie dense, but very, stomach light foods, very low gut weight foods. Nuts, nut butters, oils, sweets, candies, ice creams. Like, it's kind of everybody's dream, right? You're like, oh, I can eat all this kind of nonsense? Yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes. For those couple of days.
Yep.
Is it a health-oriented decision? No.
No.
Is it even a performance-optimized decision? Typically, no. Sometimes maybe you'll find that it's pretty decent if you still have higher carbohydrate intake. Many times it's easier to do with very high fats and then moderate protein and very, very low carbohydrate to use that, like combine those all for your weight cut protocols. Wow. But some can get away with a lot of carbs or a decent amount of carbs and some really can't. Right. So again, Ethan Morrow, we heard, had, some tablespoons of olive oil, shoot that back, just to make sure you're getting the calories in and not sloughing weight off of you, but lowering that gut weight. Brett Hetzner, I like that opener a ton, dude. That is smoked.
He smoked that. What was that for?
That's kind of your most ideal opener is... I think it's the very similar thing to what we saw from... Who was it that had a really slow, grindy opener already in this flight? I'm trying to remember. Was it... It was a shorter gentleman. Shame on me. Was it Trevion? It may have been Trevion himself on the 220. But anyway, when you have a very slow opener, that changes your plans a lot. It's the same thing when you have a very, very fast opener, is now you can really open that valve up, let out the nitrous a little bit, and probably load more than you had planned on coming into the day. Brian Critchfield, a Master 2A. First of the Masters here for session number 2. Brian's going to feel it out and then explode. I wonder, did he shuffle his feet at the top? I think he did. You saw that?
Yeah, I think he did.
That is the dreaded rack command for squat. You almost never see this, but watch his feet immediately after he finishes standing up. He makes that motion inward with his left foot, and his right foot comes to meet it, and I think that's all before that rack command comes. That will happen. I'm gonna go out here and say this. That will not happen again today.
No.
And we've already seen, right, a couple hundred attempts. That's not going to happen again. It's very rare. Yeah. It's always been in the rule book, and everybody knows that. But it's very, very rare that it's called.
You just got to make that adjustment.
Yeah.
He'll be okay.
Yeah, true, because of that speed and the comfort. He walked it out really quickly, too. He didn't waste any time or energy. Glenn Leder, this 180 opener, is right on down. So all of our Masters are really still showing their... Yeah, right? They're still showing that, man. I'm telling you. Very, very impressive.
I do admire the range of just Masters. They're either people who have been doing it for a really long time, or they're people who just decide one day, hey, I'm going to just pick up powerlifting because...
The brand new Masters to the sport. That is the coolest thing in the world.
100%.
Yes, to see those who have been in it for decades, you usually see them go and perform tremendously well, right? In accordance with their standards, in accordance with the judges' standards, because they've been there so many times, and it is completely automatic. There's no more thinking by the time you've kind of crossed that threshold onto the platform, right?
Right.
There is only execute, and those Masters who've been at this a really long time can do it. Now, some, if you are just in your first competition in that Masters age division, again, that's anything 40 and beyond.
Right.
Then maybe it takes you a little bit to feel it out, see what those standards are like. I think we're getting a rack height adjustment here for Jesse Smade before he takes the opener on 190. If he just noticed something wasn't quite right, then he's got that right to call it out and get it fixed.
I mean, he has every right to. I mean, he's trained for a certain height, and he's worked too hard not to have it just the way he wants it.
We can't avoid this guy, let me tell you. Did Panther Showdown of USAPL in 24. Did USAPL Collegiate Jungle Clash in April of last year, and then Iron Games, as mentioned last year in August. Guy he loves this federation. He's loyal to his federation. And now today we get him for USA Powerlifting Up North Unleashed here at the top of the map in Michigan. Let's see if I can make this happen. This is gonna be really tough, but we're like somewhere up here. Am I pretty close, folks?
Yeah,
Chat, I can't see my own finger. It's too bright. The light in my eyes, unironically, from above the platform. It's up there. It's north.
Got Tyler Horton here, opening at 192.5 kilograms. He'll be competing in the men's raw junior 20 to 23-year-olds and men's raw open. That's a good opener for him.
Said he's a double entrant, junior and open.
That's what it looks like.
You know, that is probably I want that higher level of competition choice, not I'm close by age to open, so I should just start doing that to get used to it. No. I think that guy, based on just, especially glancing at his other openers, that's definitely why he chose to double entry. He's got a 132.5 bench opener. That's almost 300 pounds. Yeah, the guy will be all right.
Yeah.
He'll be just fine.
He'll be good.
Jackson Roy, 205. Caleb Botts, 215. And then USAPL legend, Thomas McCarty at 220. I'll tell you a funny story about Thomas when we get down there.
All right.
Jackson took a lot of time after that squat command came, usually not in your favor. He shakes his head too, said, that was not the opener he wanted. Again, he'll probably have to alter his plan.
What's worse waiting for to start, squat or bench, after you have unracked?
That's a really good question. I start to see more and more often now a really long hold with bench before you ever get that start command. It seems like you shouldn't have that much difficulty just holding it at arm's length, right? This is just an isometric at the top. Like, you should be way stronger than you ever are in the descent part. I would rather, I think, have to hold my bench too long than my squat too long. So the squat is worse.
Okay, that's fair.
Caleb Bott, it's going to be a little bit close on depth on the 215 opener there.
Oh, just right there. I mean, the depth was a little shallow.
So we got to remind people we got to remind people of proper depth, all right? Hip joint, or the knee joint rather, and the hip crease. You have to see the hip dip appreciably below the top of that knee joint in order to pass the squat with proper depth. It's when we think we know it, when we think we've seen it, we've mostly been wrong today, to tell you the truth. Incredibly tight judging. All right, Thomas McCarty coming out. He says he's typically a 110 kg competitor, as he was at USAPL States. You saw him and I saw him. But the man weighed in at about 113.7 today. Said he was not going to cut a single pound. He was going to walk in and weigh what he weighed, and he knew he was going to get to 125. But he expects to have his best strength today, and he just might. He has really the most fantastic sense of humor about it, too. He's like, I could cut a few pounds, but there's no chance I'm ever going to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, sounds like he knows himself pretty well, and just like, let's just be strong.
Yep. He is coached by Brendan Pappin of Momentum Powerlifting, as Taylor Guzzi drops it in the chat once more. She says, go Thomas of Team Momentum. Dropping that. I've always wondered how you guys do that, like custom M emoji type of deal. What do you call it, an emoticon? I don't know. They just let me out of the cage when it's time to do the talking thing. Mateo Perez, 237.5 opener. Don't worry, it just gets heavier at the bottom of here, although this is a big old number. Mateo is one of those 140 kg competitors, weighed in at 138. Whew. Just obliterates the whole opener like he's coming for a whole lot more. Keegan Parker up next. One of the more impressive squat opener. I've seen a lot of squats, dude. I've done a lot of heavy squats. This is one of the more impressive ones I've seen. A 100 who will open with 252.5. That's my all-time lifetime deadlift PR that I put my life kind of on the line for.
Yep.
And 2, it's his opener.
You know, sometimes it's best not to think about it too hard.
That's true. There's always levels to this in the sport, folks. Keegan will hit about 556 pounds and some change here to open on the squat. Will opt for that high-heeled Olympic lifting shoe. Look at the degree of control. Oh my goodness, that was so textbook. There was such quiet steps.
Wow.
Oh boy, that's an assault.
He didn't even get out of the squat, like get the bar off his back, and they give him the lights.
I'm out here thinking, did we hear anything? Like, I want to turn up the mic next time and see if we can hear anything at all. That was kind of unnerving. And so he goes and puts in a 12.5 jump. Here's the interesting thing that I see also on Lifting Cast here. We've got Mateo Perez with the same weight inputted, although his attempt at 237.5 was successful. That can't be. So either he scratches and just takes that opener, or that's a misentry of some kind. What's your best guess?
I want to say that might be a misinput.
That's my guess. I mean, you know, you come over to the table, and then of course that's requires human inputs, right?
Because I'm pretty sure if it's a success, you at least have to put 2.5, right?
That's the minimum, yeah, the minimum upward that you can make. Jaden Nash on a 300 kg opener. Now we get to tell you all about it. This guy squatted 307.5 at USAPL Tournament of Power last year. I'm going to go ahead, go out on a limb, and say he's hitting more than 300. Like, what?
Excuse me.
So,
holy moly.
There's so many levels to that, right?
Right.
One, the man is 22 years of age. Two, he had a couple of attempts at 320. Or had, anyway, one attempt at 320 at USAPL States that was really close.
Yeah.
Out of the super heavies, he was one of the best totals there, placing second in the opens among the super heavyweights. And then two, we'll just have to let you get to his other lifts too, because it'll all sort itself out and stratify. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, totally get what you mean.
Yeah, we'll tell you all about it when we get there.
Jaden Nash jumped up 15 kilograms as well, so.
Yeah, he sure did. That's going to take him really... That's actually a +7.5 to his comp best on his second, if he's able to hit that. Ethan Morrow, back up for his second. A healthy little jump. And he has got it all. Yes.
Stick the tongue out. He knew he got that. And I don't know if you heard that, folks, but he said drink olive oil.
That's clearly the source of his strength, huh? Man, 17 is a fun age, isn't it?
It is a fun age. Just
there's no risks, and nothing like matters. There's no stakes yet.
Yeah.
Okay, he said for his competition goals, I suppose we'll talk about that too. Hilarious kid. He said his competition goals: a 150 squat, 90 kilo bench, and a 200 kilo deadlift. That would be 440 keys total. We always tell you 455 in kilos, that's when you go beyond 1,000 pounds. I wonder if he'll consider taking that. He might. Got a lot of stuff to sort out before he gets there.
All right, Jake Sheehan, 157.5 kilograms. Man. The all black is tripping me out, and he is getting that weight for his second attempt here. It's just with that background. I just could not see anything. It was a little bit trippy. He does get that blue card from the middle. I saw him talking to the head judge here. I wonder if it was the soft knees at the end, potentially. But you only need 2 to go, so.
That also could be the up and down, maybe. I didn't see it. But again, from our vantage point, like, you want to talk about the specifics of really like small technique nuance, we're not in the best place to ascertain that.
Maybe the new meta is that all judges have to wear Ray Meta, the Ray Meta glasses.
Capture their POV. That's actually one of the coolest ideas I've ever heard in the sport of powerlifting. Wait a minute, hold on.
I might be cooking.
Time out here.
And Brett is cooking that second attempt there.
Indeed. Segways are weird, aren't they? Segways are funny. Yeah, it's funny how that works. Comment in the chat says, "Don't quit came to handle some business. Let's go, boys." Yes, the don't quit stylization of their team. If you guys never seen this before, it's got the capital D-O and I-T out of the don't quit, right? And so you spell it out, and also you have the subliminal in there that is do it. Do it. Yep. Because I don't want to admit how long it took me to figure that out, all right? Like, I've seen these guys before. I don't want to talk about it. But that does feature Mateo Perez and Jaden Nash, 2 monsters, both with huge squat numbers up on the board. Len Letter, second attempt coming here. And more game face as he goes along. That's just a scary looking.
Wow.
Man, is that 3 reds all on depth?
I think so.
Huh.
I see him talking to the judge, just making sure here.
I tell you what's an underrated cue on the squat.
Was an underrated cue.
Using the hip flexors to pull you down into the bottom of it. So a lot of people think, okay, push your hips back.
Yeah.
Often, for many of us, good idea.
Right.
Some people have to allow their torso to lean forward a little bit to stay on balance, especially if they're low bar squatters. Many of us have to push their knees forward to some degree.
Right.
That's like, it's all well and good. But I truly think that that's one of, it could be a missing key for a lot of people, and something that I personally use myself from time to time. And when you have the hip flexors feel sore after almost every squat session, you know you're doing it right. It's miserable, but it works.
But it works. I mean, just like hook grip.
Yeah,
it's
right?
miserable, but it works.
Like, admit that you're going to be in pain kind of all the time.
Yeah.
And then it's more effective for you. Jesse Smade on the 200 kilos. See, he'll take time and he'll find that depth, and he will set the competition best. There you go.
Just like that second attempt?
Yeah. He's really made improvements already at now 37 years of age. He's missed 200 kilos a couple of different times. Again, we've seen this guy at USAPL Panther Showdown, Collegiate Jungle Clash in April of last year, and then USAPL Iron Games up here, up at the top of the map. And so within, from last August to this year, he really looks to have made some serious improvements. He is a big deadlift guy, known to take like those huge swings on deadlift where he only ever really puts in 2 deadlift attempts. So he'll kind of do an opener for whatever he needs, and then his second will be for PR, and then he'll usually scratch.
Oh, wow.
Which I like it. I mean, the audacity. But also, get it out the way. Don't save anybody in suspense. Ooh, Ryan Critchfield is going to have to get the first replace command of this session, but there is our esteemed state chair, Dane Roach, who comes into the picture, tells him exactly what he needs to see from Thomas before he gives that squat command.
What do you think it was?
This is one time where I'm not sure. It could be locking his knees out. I think that is it. He straightens his knee a little bit harder. You flex that quad to make sure that you get that, because once the command comes, it's problem solved.
There we go. 3 white lights. Didn't shuffle his feet this time, so
yeah, that's
made
right.
That correction.
Yep, that smallest of technical faults that so many people wouldn't even recognize as an infraction did cost him his first attempt. Also, that was a 25 kilo jump. I don't know if we said that.
Yeah, he missed it and is like, we're good.
25 kilos is an entire red plate. I think we forget that sometimes. That's a tremendous difference and quite often risk.
For those who didn't know or forgot already, the red is about 55 pounds if you were to convert it.
Tyler Horton, best squat of 205 coming into today.
We're on second attempts, right?
Yeah, exactly. I know. I had forgotten the same. That's a plus 17 and a half, and that is a lifetime squat PR already. I bet he wants like 12 and a half more, do you think?
I think. I mean,
would you take 15 if you moved? That's 15 is not advisable.
Not advisable.
It's not advisable. It's not the smartest move.
If mine moved like that.
Yeah, but would you take 15? Like maybe.
Maybe.
Okay,
I would do it if
it's
if
17 and a half, Ian.
Oh, he went 17.
He wants 500 pounds from a 210 second. That is.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. I'm not going to tell him it's not going to move because it probably will.
Yeah. I wouldn't do 215 because it clearly 17.5.
Yep. Jackson Roy on 212 and a half. A much more sensible jump for many of us. Looking good with a little mismatch kit. The A7 singlet, Pioneer sleeves. I think a Young LA undershirt.
I think so.
SBD belt. The starter pack. He's hitting all his major bases. But like, man, they're powerlifting brands. It's like you mad-libbed on all your gear, right? Yep. Like, You can pick from these 6, 8 major powerlifting brands, and okay, just pick one from each.
Are you a person who likes everything the same, or do you like mix and match?
I do mix and match is the funniest part. The one thing that I have matched now is Inzer knee wraps, or knee sleeves that is, and wrist wraps.
Caleb Bolt here, 215 kilograms.
His leg's a tiny bit stanky, but I'm telling you, that might just be his squat and his hip structure.
Yes.
Those who love to put way more load with the wider squat stance and a little bit greater toe angle, they love to put a ton of it in the hips. It works for some, and they allow that hip internal rotation on the way up. I lied, I also have an Inzer singlet. So Inzer singlet, wrist wraps, and knee sleeves. And from time to time, I use the Inzer belt for bench.
Okay.
Now that I mention it.
Are you...
I didn't even realize. But here's the thing. I also use the SPT belt. I mentioned that in session 1, that I switch between a stiffer belt and a less stiff belt. And I use a few other things, you know, a squat shoe that's not branded and those kinds of things. Like, Notorious lift, deadlift slipper, of course.
That's
those
a classic.
Kinds of things. Yeah, of course they are. Tom Spicardi taking his time, settling a big old jump for his second squat. Looks like 12 and a half more is money. And now he's going to have to take a squat bar, right?
Yes.
Come on. I'd struggle to imagine a world in which he doesn't. Oh, excuse me. That was a competition squat PR. Shame on me. I saw a lot of his training videos that were, well, at that and more, and I thought, okay, I presume that is PR, but he hit at the USAPL State Championships again. You were there. I was there. In November, run by the Power Belly crew, Chloe and Ray. He hit 227 and a half. That was 232 and a half, and I bet you he's going to take at least 240.
And it looks like that correction was made for Mateo. It was at 237.5. He's going to go up 10 kilograms here.
Yep. Sandbagger Thomas. There you go. Get him, Taylor. Mateo Perez on a plus 10. He's got that tacked on, and I think there's more than 10 to find for him. I think he can go to 260. I wouldn't mind him at all going to 260.
I just want to see all these guys go up. It's not me out there.
True.
Yeah.
True. I don't have to load it. I don't have to spot it. And I don't have to squat it. Are you kidding me? Hello. Keegan Parker back out. This guy's got all the control in the world of his squat. It's such a calm, cool, and collected walkout. Listen, I'm not kidding. I'm unironically turning the crowd mic up for you guys a little bit. Tell me if you hear anything besides crowd. There's zero wasted movement in this approach.
Oh my goodness.
That's when they always tell you to put some weight on the bar, dude.
I mean, you just know by the walkout sometimes. I mean, not always. But if your walkout looks as clean as that, you probably got a good squat. Now, I've been told that my walkout scares people, but then they see me squat, I was like, oh, he was fine this whole time.
I wish I could say that I can't relate. However, I absolutely can. I have oftentimes struggled more to squat or more to walk out, that is, with a maximal squat than I have to actually go down and come up.
You know, it's funny, because I've done yokes heavier than what I've squatted. You'd think the walkout would be fine, but just something about where the bar is placed, and it's just completely different sometimes.
Yeah. Yoke's more about suffering and survival. Squat's more about technique.
For sure.
Jake Nash had a little bit of problem again getting this out the pins, but now he's taking a competition best of plus 7.5 and way more to go.
That was just nasty right there. 350.
Yeah. When you get 317 and a half, that is over 700 pounds. So we know that's going down. Right. He put in a 330. He put in 330 kilos. I'm sorry, it's not funny. It's true. It's serious. He's not joking.
And that will put us back at the top of the flight here, folks. Starting off with Ethan Morrow here. His final attempt on squat at 147.5 kilograms here.
Ethan did tell us that Delaney Sousley was going to handle him. I knew somebody did. He said, shout out to Delaney Sousley for handling me. Love all the Power Belly crew. And I've never heard anybody say this before. Being a spotter and loader is a blessing.
Yes.
Look, the kid's had to take all of his lumps from mom watching on for so long, and now he finally gets to be out on the platform and in PR territory for just about everything. Said his goal was at least 150 coming into today. Man, he's got beyond that, and he should grind and grimace his way through.
And a little bit of a kiss to the crowd. It's all in that gut cut, folks. All in the olive oil here.
That might be the secret. I think even those who are not looking to cut weight might want to try it and just see what happens.
Disclaimer.
That's true, yeah. A big disclaimer.
Big disclaimer.
If you, whatever end it may come out of, our disclaimer covers it all, and then be sure to clean up after yourself.
If you hit PRs and get a good cut, you can mention us. If you don't, we did not claim anything.
Valid.
Jake Sheehan out here for his third squat attempt at 162.5 kilograms here. So far his squats have looked good. Let's see if his third will translate here.
Oh boy, that middle, yeah, that sticky point from the Black Lagoon there in the middle.
Not quite there, unfortunate.
I'm not certain if he shuffled his feet too, but again, we've heard at the rules meeting, you cannot move those feet after you get that squat command. It was close.
And we're gonna prepare for our third attempt here for Glenn Letter, 185 kilograms, that's 407.85 pounds here. He will be retaking for the last one. He did fail the last one, so he's just going to retake it here. I have no doubt in my mind he's probably going to get this.
Only a question of depth last time. Just one small correction to make, and it looks like he made it and then some.
He's good.
That'll do.
That will do.
Bar position. Belt position. That's what I noticed for Glenn. Much lower than I expected for a man with essentially a high bar squat. It's pretty close there. That's roughly, for anybody, if it's not, it's that mid-bar position at worst. And that belt is much lower down than I expected. It's almost below the navel with the top part of the belt. Many, the more upright you squat, are going to want to put
higher.
that belt a little bit higher too, yeah.
Brett Hetzner, third attempt, 185 kilograms. And it looks good.
All right, Jesse Smade, we told you he set a squat competition PR on his second with 200 kilos. Really, the guy's looking to make a lot of improvement because on his best overall total, it was 595 kilos back at USAPL Collegiate Jungle Clash last year. If you get plus 10 or more to the squat that he had from that, because his best squat there was 195, this really puts him on pace if he's able to pick up this 210 right here. Just gives you a lot of wiggle room too. I told you he likes to YOLO pull, or aggressively pull at least for his second deadlift, and then has never taken a third. This is an awesome place to be in as long as this comes up. He's already got 5 on the board for his squat, so that's house money. But you can keep stacking those chips. It's a tough walkout. I think he made it clip the rack a little bit. Doesn't matter. You always got to settle, find it, and then fight a little bit harder. Right at the top, it wants to stall. He will not be having that. He will be having a plus 15.
clipping the rack is just one of the worst feelings in powerlifting.
Isn't it misery?
It's misery. No matter what you're doing, I mean, happens in bench and squats here. It really can ruin your momentum, like having to redo your squat walkout and what's the term again? To re-rack and unrack.
Replace your talking about as well.
That's what I'm looking for.
We haven't seen many of those, but remember Ryan Critchfield did get a couple of them, those replace commands. Made a correction, squatted 200 kg for his last squat on his second. The jump here is 17.5 more, and it's barely heavier. His feet are the only question. It's gotta be the same thing. It's gotta be jumping the rack command, right?
Oh, yeah.
Taking any forward movement toward that rack before that rack command comes. Man,
I mean, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. It was a good squat and everything. Sometimes, I think that's a good way to say, hey, when you're practicing for these type of competitions, you need to have someone there to practice the commands with you.
That is a really, really good idea. As somebody who trains alone almost exclusively, not because I don't have any friends, just because of the time I go, of course.
Yeah, of course. He's 6'5", by the way, everybody.
That's true.
Lots of friends.
As everybody knows. But yes, man, it's a really good idea if you can get it to have somebody give you those commands.
220 doesn't have it.
It's a really good thing Caleb got that second squat.
Yeah.
Misses the first and the third. You don't always see that. The first one was missed on depth. That one just wanted to stick on him. It's just tricky.
I think he could have got the 220 if he didn't have to redo 215 there.
Yeah, especially if that were the second attempt.
Yes.
And
100%.
then you could have scratched the third or, taken some real small jump, no matter what it might be. Jackson Roy, 220 for him. Then we go beyond 500 pounds for everybody the rest of the way with these squats. And hey, we're almost at our final squats of the day. These are the third attempts for Flight B of Session 2. Jackson Roy on 220. Wow, he's beat red. He looks like that bottle of ketchup that's been sitting out over on the table. I keep looking over, I said, I'm not certain what this is here for.
Go on your chocolate chip muffins, of course.
It could be. That might be the meta. Have you ever heard of potato chips and ketchup?
I've done it. Honestly, I don't mind it.
Okay, I haven't done it myself, but I've certainly heard of it. It's like a new sensation sweeping the nation, or whatever.
It's like, come on, like it's a French fry basically.
No, I mean it's very similar to a French fry, right? Everybody knows that's if you put anything besides ketchup on your French fries, I might look at you a little bit weird. If you're a ranch and fries guy, if you're a mustard and fries guy, if you're a vinegar and fries guy, that's a little bit. Man, I start to look at you a little funny, little side eye.
But don't look away.
No.
You got Tyler Horton.
No, you might want to focus up now. There's a huge squat PR on the line here. Tyler's already got +5. This will be plus a whole bunch more and a 500-pound squat going down.
Wow. That moved so quickly.
He's got a little bit too nonchalant of a look to him. Look, we talked about it during session 1. The era of nonchalance in sports, I usually say, okay, it's over, and everybody's like, the passion just explodes out of top athletes so often now as it's kind of accepted to do that, to feel all those big feelings. I can't crack that guy, Tyler Horton, you know what I mean?
Correct.
No, I can't. I hope we see some good celebration here from Thomas. He's already got a 232.5. That's a +5 squat PR. He could build a whole lot more onto his total real easy, especially if he blows this up. And it looks like he will to me. I like it. Thomas McCarty on a 15 kg jump. Oh, that ain't right. The left and the right didn't like it. It passed on the center. That's kind of brutal.
I mean, it's unfortunate. Unfortunate. But we can only see it from the front, right?
Yeah.
We can only see it from
as
the
always.
front. But hey, 232.5 kilograms, still a great squat to have.
Yeah, he departs with the 5 kilo squat PR. And again, once you get above your pace from your best meets before, you really got a good chance because you don't have to probably empty the tank in order to claim another PR somewhere. Mateo Perez, I told you there was a lot left. This is a 12.5 jump. This is our third heaviest squat. It comes at 260 kg. That's about 573 and some change. It's a weight that yours truly knows oh so well. And Mateo knows next time out, I'm taking a lot more than that. Took that for a ride. $260 done and dusted there. You got the big boys. At the very end, a couple of hosses. 277.5 for Keegan Parker. That's, again, ridiculous. They got 5 reds up on there. I don't know if you knew that, Ian. I'm no good at the math, but they got the whole 5 red round things.
Whole 5 red round things. And you know what? For those at home who have no reference at all, it's about 600 pounds.
Yeah, you bet. It's a hair beyond, even, just for good measure here. This is another 12.5 jump. I thought he might, and he did. After hitting a 12.5 the first time, an extra 12.5 here. Keegan has been our #1 technician all day long. This is a 5 kilo lifetime best on his squat.
Oh my goodness.
Smoked. With an SH. Smoked.
Smoked that.
Man.
What is that?
That was tossing down a gauntlet. What's up?
What's that for him?
So when he hit that, the squat PR of 272.5, that was back at the Michigan State Championships prime time. So he got that invite-only primetime session, invite, and hit 600 pounds there. He throws 5 more on here at this meet, and just same as the first or better.
Now, folks, you've already seen him. Jaden Nash, his final squat attempt. Everyone on their feet at 330 kilograms.
I got to turn down the crowd. That's a really good problem to have. They're rocking it. Elite Fitness North. There's something about these dudes up north. They're just made out of something different. Jaden Nash on 330. Yes!
The big boys came to play today, and he was one of them.
330 keys is just miles beyond what's comprehensible to most people. Let me say, not even what they're capable of hitting in the gym or anything. No, I mean incomprehensible weight at 330 kg. I gotta take a brief breath as we are joined within the broadcast booth by Mr. Stephen Emmett of SDF Coaching. Dude, I can't get away from you. What's going on?
I tell you what, man, I'm just happy to be here. Happy to have the opportunity to be at so many meets, see a lot of the same guys here, and it's just an awesome community, man. It's awesome. I love it.
The usual suspects. A little bit of background, Ian.
Yes.
I told you I'm also a Powerlifting America competitor myself, as is Stephen. And we just met last weekend at Powerlifting America Motor City Muscle over in Plymouth. And now I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot avoid this guy.
No, by no means.
How much does Tanner pay you to hang out with him?
Yeah. Oh, I just follow him, man. I love to see this guy. I'm just his biggest fan.
What's one of those? Right on. I'm telling you, folks, I'm shelling out a lot of money for this. Nonetheless, I want to start with some of your athletes from Motor City Muscle.
Yes.
You had Jackson Ambergy compete,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
And Jackson's a guy you know well. How long have you been working with him?
We've been together just over a year now. Just over a year.
When he made that switch to you, where was he at kind of in his lifting career, his total, his injuries, his whatever?
I mean, honestly, he was already a pretty strong guy. Truth be told, I just think he needed some better structure. And I think he was running into the situation where honestly, the way his program was going with his previous coach, it was just a failure to show up consistently. And I think taking a different approach, being a little bit more objective with this training, allowed us to. I think we failed one lift in literally the entire time that he's been working with me.
You're kidding.
Yes.
Really?
At least in training, I should say.
Of course, right?
Yeah,
The platform is what platform is. We all know the difficulties of that. Jackson, I know, weighed in quite light for that meet. Was that in the plans?
So truth be told, we were trying to experiment with how he would react to a water cup.
Yeah.
So knowing this meet wasn't super important to him, I wanted to have the opportunity to experiment a little bit. That way, when we do go further to try to fill out 74 kilos, maybe we can walk around at near 170 pounds.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Try to lose 3 to 4% coming into a meet, nail recomp, and show up with a crazy coefficient. At the end of the day, I do think we showed up well, but I think hitting the double block that we had previously probably peaked him a little too hard and took a little bit away from the platform, truth be told.
Okay. Do you like, in terms of your block structure, length and then general SPD frequency, just kind of lay out your typical block that you like?
I think it's entirely different depending on obviously life variables. Some people have the ability to be able to 100% worry about recovery, like powerlifting is their number one priority.
You bet.
And there's other people that have full-time, stupidly physical jobs that at the end of the day, you're almost playing with the rhythm. Like, you show up when you can, but you're still going to be in there doing the work. Truth be told, I'm 100% for 3 times benching.
Okay.
2 times squat, ideally 2 times deadlift, but most cases it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll always be the specific composition movement.
Okay.
So for those full-time, very physical jobs, like, for example, what would you structure someone like that? Like, what is the weirdest schedule you've had to work with for someone?
Oh man, there's been times where we have an athlete that may have that we have full primary SBD, and they may just not have the opportunity due to work fluctuating, whatever the variables may be. There's been times where we've had to go straight from separate primaries to we couldn't train all week, something came up. We're pivoting into a full primary SBD to try to recoup and prepare ourselves for the upcoming week or meet. It's happened. Some of the worst things happen seems to be almost directly before the meet at times.
Isn't it funny how that happens?
Yes, absolutely.
I think literally all of us have been there at some point.
Yeah.
And if you do it long enough, you're guaranteed to be there.
You just got to know that not everything is going to go the way you want. And you have to be able to roll with punches.
Yeah.
You have to be flexible.
And you've been there yourself as a competitor, I understand, right?
Absolutely.
I've recently got some more of the background on that from you. Again, I'm an inside source here, but go ahead and tell people, where you're at as a competitor as well while you manage these things you got going on.
So honestly, truth be told, with the injury I'm dealing with, which I still have not gotten a 100% diagnosis on, I actually have the MRI on the 24th of June.
Frustrating too, right? To have to sit there and wait for it, and you're like, man, if I could just get in earlier, I could have those answers.
Yes,
yeah, man.
And, I want to get back to training, but at least during this time that I'm out, or I cannot commit 100% of myself to it due to my life circumstances, due to work, like I can only recover from so much. I am prioritizing pouring every ounce of myself into the coaching.
Awesome.
And that's how I'm kind of staying on top of things, is just living vicariously through my athletes and their experiences as well.
That's amazing.
Absolutely.
Your rest of your athlete base, what does it look like? Who else do you got? What other federations and weight classes? Tell me about all your athletes.
Yeah, of course. So my entire team is pretty much split up between USAPL and Powerlifting America. I'm typically one of those coaches that likes to have my athletes have a decently long off season. Yeah. Somewhere I like to compete maybe once, pushing it twice a year, depending on your training age and time you've been in the sport. Again, a different scenario changes all these variables, but we have some guys prepping for the Invitational. It's looking to be that I'm going to have 4 to 5 athletes
competing in the Powerlifting America Invitational.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
So that is going to be rough. I'm excited. I might actually bring
Best
somebody.
of luck, dude.
It's going to be rough. A single platform, probably 2-session meet. It's going to be fun. I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. But for the rest of those, I got a couple guys that are competing in USAPL as well. As of right now, I do think in the upcoming year, we're going to have a couple guys on the PA, either at age division, potentially open nationals. And I think there's a couple opportunities to maybe be able to sneak on as an alternative for NAPF next year.
Really?
Get them that USA singlet.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
A lot of big things coming for the team, honestly.
Man, and you probably heard from Jackson that his girlfriend, Emily Pearson, it was one of those selected. She is going to be rocking that USA.
Absolutely,
that's the coolest thing in the world.
No, it is.
And they train at Raw Strength.
Yes.
I mean, our home gym, like she represents all of us, right? And so,
no, it's awesome.
More freaking power to them.
Absolutely.
Oh no.
No.
Ian, what else you got? Oh no. Man. Well, then the floor is yours, dude.
Yes.
Go ahead. Talk about the sport. Talk about the day that some of our heavyweights are showing out right now. Keegan Parker is a huge 100.
Yes,
oh my goodness, he's thick. Talk about these guys.
Muscle belly's jumping off. I mean, fully round,
scary.
fully developed. Honestly, some of these attempts I've seen have been pretty, like, they've been awesome. Seeing that 727-pound squat coming from Jaden Nash on that third attempt, I could feel the room the entire time through that. And these moments, it's what makes the sport super special. Whether it's a 727-pound squat or somebody squatting 300 pounds for the first time.
Right.
It's just an awesome experience to be in.
And isn't it funny that those can bring that same energy?
Yes.
And it doesn't forget placings.
Yes.
Forget dot score.
Yes.
Forget records. It's not about any of that, dude. It's about the feel. I'm so glad you said that.
No, it's awesome, man. It's everybody's here for different reasons. Some people, this is purely a hobby. Some people, this is their number one priority, and they're trying to take it as far as they can. And powerlifting accepts all.
Yeah.
Powerlifting accepts all. It's beautiful.
What would you tell someone that would like to get into the sport for the first time?
I'll say this every day. I post about it quite frequently as well. Mm-hmm. Truth be told, there's no number, there's no achievement, no total you should be looking for. Just find a meet, sign up, as long as you can adhere to the standard, okay? Squatting to depth, benching with a pause, and deadlifting without hitching. That's it.
Hitching. Right.
That's truthfully it. It's a super accessible sport. At the end of the day, you pay to play. It's no different than a lot of amateur sports.
Sure.
But it is accessible. I mean, if you can squat 20 kilos, if you can bench 20 kilos, if you can deadlift 20 kilos,
you're literally in a meet. You can do it.
You can do it.
I guess I'm sorry. I should say 25 kilo. Bar in the collar.
Yeah.
But absolutely, it's awesome, man. It's awesome.
And would you say that people who have worked with you and have started powerlifting improved other parts of their lives?
Oh yes,
through powerlifting?
I think this is a very good sport for like mental fortitude and development as well. And at the end of the day, like being in the gym consistently, if you can manage doing this, taking care of your training, your nutrition, your recovery, on top of the worst of life variables, you're going to be a better person for doing so.
Yeah.
Period. That's it. Yeah. It's awesome.
That is a man speaking from experience.
Yes, absolutely.
It's like, this is going to crush you at some point. I mentioned that in session 1.
Yes.
This sport is going to want to try to, I made a reference to the movie WALL-E. And so I said, this is going to take you and make you one of those little trash cubes. It's going to crush you into a tiny little ball and try and spit you out. Whether you want to admit it or not, at some point, it's going to try and crush you. And so, when you can learn that utter resiliency of you are just unbreakable in the sport, that is when you grow like a weed. That is when you grow like crazy.
Absolutely, man. I couldn't have said it better myself, truth be told, man.
You didn't have that analogy?
No. I love it.
Let me say so. That's what they pay me for.
No, it's beautiful.
And I really appreciate what you said about just trying to work around everyone. I think there's too many people that get stuck, like they stop competing just because they can't. It's not perfect anymore.
It's never going to be. It doesn't matter where you're at. It doesn't matter if you have 6 kids, if you're balancing a master's degree, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Like if you can train, if you can take care of those variables on top of training, on top of nutrition, you're going to be a better person for it. And that's all there is to say about it, truth be told. That's it.
All right. Are you willing to let that go on the mic drop, Ian?
I'm willing to let that go on the mic drop.
All right. I only say that because I see the timer and I'm like, man, I kind of got to get to the bathroom. All right, folks. That's Steve and Emmett of SDF Coaching. Thanks so much again, dude. Always a pleasure.
Thank you guys for having me on. I very much appreciate the opportunity.
All right, briefest of changeovers. That took up most of the time here, but when we come back, bench rest starting real soon with 2 more flights to go.
We'll see you when we get back.
Brent, you want to hop on here at some point? You want to hop on? I'm freaking chopping.
Hey there, folks. It seems that it started right as we finished that interview. We weren't ready, but you didn't miss too much here. We had Isaac Hess on his first attempt at 60 kilograms, and it was missed. And it looks like we have Dreen Das, 70 kilograms. That was a miss as well.
Alrighty, and well, clue me in. What did I miss?
Well, we had our first two squats over here. We had Isaac Hess, 60 kilogram opener, miss. And then we had Dreen Das, 70 kilogram opener, also missed. They just started. Time flies by, and we're already at our third person here. Isaac Parker, 75 kilogram opener. That looks like that's going to be good.
And he took his customary moment to look back at the lights. I'm telling you, I like to do that every single time. It's not because you don't think that they're going to be there. It's because if there's anything funky, if there's, you know, one little blue card from a referee that you want to go and talk to, you know which one and you know what you've got to talk to them about. I always think that's a good idea.
Yeah. You know what's funny is I think, you know, Ray and Chloe do a really great job of running these meets, right? And Ray likes it to be as convenient for anyone as possible. Ray has screens everywhere, so they don't even have to look back. They can actually look right at the head ref and say, hey, right on the floor, there's a screen there. Yeah. Give them their lights as well.
True. Drone Das now on an 80 kg opener himself. You got to mention it a little bit earlier with, I think it was all the Fraser kids in the first session, first flight, was sibling rivalry.
Sibling rivalry.
You got to think the same thing with Drone and Dreween, right? I mean, you have to.
You have to. No,
if you bench more, you're like, you become the older brother, whether you're older or not, or the big brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Like, dude, I bench. No, you're the little brother if you don't bench more than me. It's simple.
I think it's just so fascinating. Bench has such a chokehold on like culture, like just strength culture.
It does.
Like for football players in the combine, like repping 225 is a predictor of strength. When honestly, like, does bench press really how much does bench press really apply to football?
Right. In terms of your sports specificity, yeah, it's tough to imagine laying on your back and having to push up. If you're ever in the position where you're laying on your back, you've already lost.
Yes.
I've been there way too often, in fact. It's almost...
pushing the guy that tackled you over.
Oh, absolutely. It's painful memories. For me, it's more so because I played defensive line.
Yeah.
I got to tell this story a couple of times to a few of our referees and things around here, but I did. I played defensive line, and there were a number of All-American tackles that I lined up against, and none of those ever went super well, to be quite honest with you.
What happened there?
I did see this. I think Elijah is he just electing to scratch his opener? I saw him walk off the platform and not take it, but I don't see why.
Is he one of our push-pull athletes?
Yes.
Okay.
Which means you might want to concentrate more on getting your first bench on the board, no?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to follow that as we go along. Gabriel Tuller. We're spoiling it over here, by the way, who our next guest is, because I went and asked her very, very nicely. But if you look over here, we're going to have one of our... Yeah, I always talk about how our referees are like absolutely stacked at so many of these USAPL meets. Bryn Nevins is one of those. Gabriel Tuller, his opening bench on 90 kg. And he's all good. I might see if I can flag her down now so we can get through this before we get to these third benches.
Next up for bench, we have Gary Erdman here. He's competing in the men's Raw Masters bench only. And Gary to his chest. Gets the command to rack. And Gary, 2 white lights. That's all he needs to get going here. As Trent put in the chat, Gary is a legend. I don't think many people his age are benching as much as he has. And he's only going to go up from there. Next up, competing in the men's Raw Open 82.5 kilogram class, we have Michael Henderson. He'll be benching 105 kilograms for his opening, or 231.49 pounds. And you're gonna see here, he puts his feet up just so it can help get him that arch, places his feet down. Good control on the bar. Let's see if he gets it. And he racks. Good opener for Michael Henderson.
All right, and we are back in. So this is one of the ones I was most excited about. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Brendan Evans. One of the biggest reasons why I wanted to get you on. I love to be well-rounded. I sense that you do too. Is there anything within this sport that you do not do? You know what I mean? So the nationals competition, I understand that you're going to take the platform at USAPL Open Nats. You're referee as well. And when did you go through that training? Remind me, when did you go through your referee training? And you've been, I mean, I'm struggling to see you at a meet, struggling to ever not see you at a meat nowadays.
Yeah, so I became a ref actually about a year ago. I believe it was Ladies of Iron last year. I took my referee practical and pass, and I've done every Michigan meet since then.
It feels like every single one, right? Like I can't recall a one that was quite literally. I am, we fall into that same trap of every single Saturday, hey, let's fill this up in that exact same way. Your reffing experience today, my first thought is it's probably hot still. I'm glad that we're wearing blacks, but you guys even wearing the blues. Are you still just dripping sweat, or is that just me?
I've cooled off a little bit, but it was pretty bad earlier when I was over on the platform, but now on the score table it's not as bad.
Yeah, you've probably picked a way better spot now for the next one. How do we decide our rotations of referees, and when you make those changes, who needs a break and things? How does that work on meet day?
So typically you want, at least per session, you want the referee to stay in the same chair for the whole session, minimizing breaks. You can switch out referees if you need to do a bathroom break or something, but really we want to try to keep the same ref in the same chair just for consistency so everyone's getting the same exact experience.
I think that's going to cover it on the reffing side for now because, again, I'm really interested in USAPL Open Nationals. I'm going to be there. Brendan's going to be there. When are you competing? And how's your training been going into it?
Yeah, so I will be session 3 on Saturday, so I'll be competing at 7 p.m. So that'll be a fun experience. Training's been going really good. I'm really, really excited. Peaking basically last week, and we'll be tapering next week, but training's been looking really, really good, so I'm really, really excited to take it out onto the platform.
Do you have any heavy touches still left?
Today, actually, after this,
yeah,
I have to train. So I'm training after this. Columbus, and then I'm driving 4 hours back downstate. So super long day, but for the love of the game, I love being, in the meet environment and just powerlifting in general, and especially Chloe's meets. It's just a lot of fun to be at. So I try to, do as much as I can to give back and, squeeze in my training when I can and make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of at the elite level a mindset that everybody has, right? Where those obstacles, it just doesn't matter what they are. It doesn't matter how big they are. You're going to find out a way. You're going to figure out a way to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's the same story for everyone who's in powerlifting. They find a way to make it happen, and that kind of through their whole life. They live their life through that.
What is your travel schedule looking like as well for Nats?
So originally I had, made the assumption that I would be the same session that I've been at Raw Nationals last couple of years.
Do you know what assuming does, Bryn?
So I assumed, I was going to be Sunday session 1, but now with the schedule change, I'm Saturday session 2.
Mm-hmm.
So still planning on going up Friday, or driving over to Chicago Friday.
Yep.
Hopefully get there a little bit earlier in the day, and then try to sleep as much as I can since I'm cutting into the meet, and then, weigh in at 5 and just kind of hope for the best. But
so still 2-hour weigh-ins even for nationals. Brutal.
Yep.
And more so when you've got the weight to make because did you hear that 7 p.m. start for those last sessions? Like, I know that there's some of those coming, and I'm going to do one of those on Friday where they got 3 sessions too. The youth is on Friday, right? So I've got the Masters on Thursday and the youth on Friday. 7 p.m., dude. What do you do for that whole day? Do you have any plans at all? Like, how do you, from the moment you wake up, how do you handle it? Do you, take a shower in the morning or, wait?
I don't even know yet. I mean...
Can you have a coffee and, an energy I don't know.
It's going to depend on how weight's looking. Right? I'm going to wake up, weigh myself, and,
Literally.
If I'm where I need to be, hopefully I'll have a little bit of wiggle room, but, if not, then, I'm waiting around till 5 o'clock when I weigh in and just, eating as soon as I can once I make that weight. So.
Absolutely. No matter what your lot number is, you're going to be first in line?
Yeah, I'll be there, ready.
No doubt about it. And if you look on your screen, there's powerlifting meet happening as well, I'm told. Brian Mullet there. Ooh, that 135. Did he clip the rack? Oh. Did he clip the rack with the plates even?
I'm not sure. I think let's just take a look back real quick.
Yeah, fantastic time for our patented hippo replay, as always. That's what I thought I saw, is the plates on the left, I thought, because it was coming up quite uneven.
It's hard to tough this angle.
That's true. And our side spot there kind of obscured it as well. All right, bench. Would you identify that as your top lift?
Oh, yeah.
Bench.
I mean, for sure.
Talk to me about your bench training on kind of an average block for you.
Okay, so this might surprise some people. I only train bench 3 times a week.
And some at that really high, that kind of elite level that you've achieved, they have that really high frequency, like 4 or 5 times even. Do you know other competitors that do that?
I do. I think most others do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm at 3 times. I do a long pause day, and then I have my heavy single or double. Doing a lot of close grip work as well. Yep. So that's been really working out well for my progress. And all in the name of the game, but I got to also shout out my coach, Allie David, who's the mastermind behind it all. But so really going well there, and just really excited to see what I can put up.
So shame on me, I don't know this. Is Allie going to compete herself this year?
She is.
All right, right on.
So she'll be Sunday session 1.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to be kind of co-handling me. Since, she's got to be in bed herself.
Yeah, no doubt.
Saturday night.
Yeah,
so,
that's really difficult to manage.
So I'll have a co-handler for that, but yeah.
Is she also a 90 or is she an 82?
She's 100.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And you 90 open, yes?
Correct.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Are you writing all of these down, dude? Because we got a lot to tune into. We got a busy weekend coming up, okay? Come on, man.
Yeah, this will actually be her first year in the Open, so.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize that. It feels
she
like
won juniors last year.
Sure, and it feels like she's been around a long time because she coaches all of these
Yeah.
very successful athletes like everywhere all the time.
Yep.
As she always crops up, like, oh yeah, that's an Allie
Yeah,
David. Kinda,
she just knows everyone, I
right?
swear.
Literally, it's almost annoying sometimes people who have achieved that level.
Yep.
Oh, hilarious. Any other words for Brent?
Yeah, I mean, for those who are already in powerlifting, do you have any words of people thinking about becoming a referee? Maybe encouraging?
Yeah, I think for me, it's really opened my eyes to kind of the other side. You know, as a competitor, knowing what to expect when I step on the platform, I think I just have a better idea of, you know, how to make the process smoother for myself. I think knowing the rules and, you know, what you can be called on just kind of changes the game. And it also gives me a really true appreciation for referees and all the work they put in for, you know, not necessarily a lot of compensation in return. So it really is, you know, referees are there because they want to be there and, you know, for the love of the game. So.
And you would say it's made you a better competitor?
I would say so, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, again, just that appreciation and just mindset and perspective has really changed a lot for me.
And from that referee and competitor standpoint, what do you think the landscape of powerlifting is compared to maybe other strength sports or like strongman or Olympic weightlifting? Where does powerlifting kind of sit in that landscape? Do you see it like it's growing exponentially, it's growing slowly? You know, what do you, from your perspective?
I definitely think it's growing. I know Michigan, we've got, we're like the 9th highest numbers going to nationals this year, like 9th in the country.
Sure.
So, you know, that's really great for Michigan. But I think overall powerlifting definitely is growing. Seeing more and more people, you know, joining and kind of overcoming that fear of, oh, I need to get strong before I can start powerlifting.
Yeah,
it's like you can just start powerlifting literally whenever, and with very minimal resources, pretty much anyone can powerlift. So.
Yeah, me and Tanner were talking about just the youngsters.
Yeah.
Those young kids out there just already powerlifting.
And do you know how many teenagers are taking all-time open world records?
Yep.
Justin Wynn was a kid who just that was, I think, Powerlifting American Nats had an all-time 66 world record total as a sub-junior. And I can't make sense of that yet, being as somebody who just wasn't born the specimen that kid is, right? Like, some people are just born with something else. Austin Perkins, 891 and a half at 74 kg. I still can't comprehend that. And yet there's so many levels to it beyond that, where if you were to just get in there and do it for 5, 10, 15 years, you would see the best that you're capable of being. I think that's where many of us at an Ian and my type of level, not a Bryn type of level, are sort of figuring out, like, wow, I actually do have a much higher ceiling than I ever thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, and that's the beauty of powerlifting, is that there's no time limit. There's no, you know, like college sports, you got 4 or 5 years and then you're kind of, you know, out. But powerlifting, you can, you know, make it however you want. You know, you can go 10, 20 years and, you know, see crazy progress and just, you know, enjoy every minute of it. So
10, 20 years, Gary Erdman, maybe you're in your 70s and you're still doing this, right? Absolutely amazing. I get to see this guy very often, as, you know, he likes to come out often to just about every meet he can, and full send. His first bench on 97.5 was good. This is 105 here.
very smooth. Nice.
All right, and he's got just the one. Man, I'm telling you, head judges hammering people. But what do you expect when you put Mr. State Chair in the right? Like, I keep laughing about it. I keep making the jokes about it. But seriously, the standards today, am I seeing this right, that they are tremendously tight?
I mean, I think that you just have such a different view in the head chair.
It is weird. Yeah. It is weird for sure to be where we are and not have to. We can't even really physically see the platform itself, right? So we do see monitor feed, and we see much of what you at home are seeing.
Even though from the side views, a lot of the views are different. So like even the side referees can't always see what the head is seeing, and vice versa. So sometimes that's why you're seeing like some of those different calls. So like for example, like grip on bench, like you really can't you can make the call on the side, but usually that's what the chief is looking for.
Yeah.
You're talking the width
Grip
of the grip to be within the rings, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
All right.
So there's things like that where you kind of have to be in a certain position to be able to see. But yeah, so it just kind of depends.
Is that a cause for a replace command if you get a full unrack with an illegal grip?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
As I'm trying to scooch mine out further and further, as I'm trying to cheat, learn how to cheat, you know what I mean?
Just stay within the rings and you're good.
That's what I
Cover the
hear.
rings up.
That's what I hear. You ever tried an aggressive bulldog or Japanese grip with the strong internal rotation of the shoulder and the wrist?
I actually do a bulldog grip.
Yeah.
Not like a super. I've seen some that are like really like
Where
intense.
it looks like you kind of broke your wrist, right? Like,
Yeah.
if for those of you at home that are uninitiated, it's the most aggressive rotation of your wrist inward that you could imagine, and still the bar will sit very, very low in the palm, and no, it's not in any way comfortable.
Yeah.
From everything I've ever heard on it.
Yeah.
How could it be?
Yeah, right. I found it to be pretty comfortable, but I also don't do like a super, aggressive one. So.
And
depends.
can you do that with and without a wrist wrap equally?
Me personally, or just in
Or
general?
one in general, but both, sure.
I've never tried it without wrist wraps.
Yeah.
I'm wrist wraps for life.
Yeah.
But I have seen people do it without though.
I always wonder, again, because you saw the really heavy wrist extension of the one squat that was dropped, I think, by Trevion. And then it was like, did that hurt a lot? Was that a traumatic injury as his wrist snapped back, or was it just a loss of balance? Was he passing out a little bit? I don't know. I'm glad to have never been there at that back spot to have to save that, because really scary.
Well, that's why we got 5 spotters on those 500 plus squats.
Yeah, is that a solid rule at all times, that the moment that weight is beyond 500 pounds that you're going to have the 2 side spotters per?
Yes. Yep. Both for squat and bench. Which I guess we're not always seeing. 500-pound benches are.
We're not?
Yeah.
I mean.
Depends on where you are.
Not very commonly, but obviously they are definitely out there. But definitely seeing the 500-pound squats more often than the 500-pound benches.
Sure. Oh, are we caught on camera over there? Are we caught in 4K? Oh no.
Hope we caught our good sides.
Well, I got bad news for you then.
We got both good sides.
Maybe.
He paid me to say that.
I'm sure, dude. I'm telling you, the cash flows at these. It's a high cash flux, right? Like a lot in and a lot out for sometimes the hush money. Oh, hey, look, folks, a powerlifting competition. If you direct your attention to the middle of the screen. Yeah, I suppose that's all we got. We do want to probably, as we're heading down to the third benches, dial in on those. You gonna sit around, or you gotta go back to the table?
I'll probably go back to the table.
Yeah, that's right.
A
Hey,
little bit,
the ball was in your court, so no worries, folks. That's Bryn Evans. Tremendous good luck wish to you,
Thank you.
for USAPL Open Nationals.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we will near the third bench attempts here. We got Brian Mullet taking again on 135. His first was tricky. His second, I think, also might have had the up and down to it. Yeah, he's...
Let's go to the
visibly-
replay there.
Sure.
Yep.
This is a good time for it. He's going to be real visibly upset. He knows he's going to have to retake, because it's just when you get the opener that's that heavy and you have to grind it that much, it's not just a technical fault. There's more going on there.
So we should have asked her. I don't know what the call was for Trevion on that drop squat.
We did forget to mention that. I mentioned it, but yeah, didn't ask her. He's sticking around.
Yeah.
He's sticking around. It is an everybody makes mistakes sport. Quite literally, if you spend enough time doing this, you will make mistakes. That's just guaranteed at all times.
I mean, I think they're...
Wow, that's an agonizing weight to get 2 reds too. That hurts. So he needs a third bench, and he'll probably have to retake, because he jumped by 10. I didn't notice. I knew he jumped by something, but I didn't know he jumped by 10.
Right.
That's rarely advisable, to put it lightly.
And that'll put us at the bottom of Flight A here, with Andrew Norton 140 kilogram in the men's raw junior division. That's 20 to 23 years old, 82.5 kilograms. And you'll see there, Andrew does have that good arch on him. You can really like fit your whole hand under there.
Oh yeah.
Stick a piece of wood.
You want to talk about your don't hate the players, hate the games kind of. I think that bench press shows that, you know, sentiment the most out of all disciplines, is that there is 1,000 different ways to accomplish the demands of the bench press. It doesn't matter at all what you look like doing it if you meet those 3 commands and you meet those simple technical requirements. So as such, I think it's the most, one might argue this a tiny bit, but I think it may have the most individual variation of technique. Isaac Hassier does have the heels come up that would have already been cause for the no lift, but then the third benches, man, all day long have been insanely tough. Probably a lot more so than we expected.
You know, credit to credit's due with Bryn being on the stream. You know, just so many checks that they have to do while watching, while making sure that obviously the main things, it's like kudos to them. We have Jaheen Das here. His third bench is going to be at 80 kilograms here. He did fail his first attempt at 70, but he did make that second at 75. So we'll see what he can do here for his third bench. And he gets stuck and it's just not there. 75 will be what he finishes today for his bench. I mean, it looked good from the bottom. He touched his chest. He got to that sticking point, and it just wouldn't move from there. You hate to see where it happens.
Yeah, and again, most are right-handed in this world. That's how the statistic goes, right? Like something like a quarter of people are left-handed, and that means most people, their right hand wants to lock out before their left. Their right arm, right, is going to be a little bit further, and then the more uneven it gets, the more difficult that lockout gets, because it's a bigger deficit that other arm's got to make up. It's your one-handed push-up, but make it like psychotic. I say as somebody who's never hit a one-hand push-up. Dude, I've tried, and there's always, I feel like I'm going to tear my tricep tendon off of the bone, like just absolutely shred myself. And I always think, I should be able to do this, especially, you know, go down a weight class. I always think, and then I try it one time, and I flop on it miserably. And sometimes I jam my wrist, too, like as I'm coming down, I land awkwardly on the wrist, and that doesn't feel good. I don't think it feels as bad as dropping the 235 behind me. Not to at anybody, but it's just like incredibly risky. I probably shouldn't try it.
We have drawn 87.5.
Ooh, and the drone warfare is not quite over for the day, but he will miss on the third. Now, I'm telling you, it's astounding the percentage of third benches that have not come up today, and I don't think it's all on attempt selection, really. For Isaac Parker, I will say, he goes 75 for his opener, 87.5 for his second. 12.5 for most people in most cases, far too much of a jump on bench.
Right.
This, he only jumps up by 5. But remember, he missed his second bench at 87.5.
Nope. Looks like he just had to rack it here again. Take it back out. Looks a little bit more stable this time. It's gonna come down. Let's see if he can get it up. He gets stuck right there. And unfortunately, Isaac Parker, that will be a no on the 92.5. It probably was a detriment there that he did not get it on the first unrack there. Had to re-rack. I mean, it really pauses your momentum there. I mean, it probably also put his back in a worse position. I mean, having to put that back, take it back out, his back probably couldn't have been as tight as it could be, but also that takes, it takes some energy to get it out there and just hold it.
One more thing that I think of too, the lower back is a resource. It takes a fair amount of extension strength to get into the proper arch position that you maintain here, right? You see every athlete uses their legs to some degree to help set it and then uses their legs more to help maintain it. But that entire time, it's pretty aggressive depending on the height of your arch. It's fairly aggressively extended that whole time. And many grind through their third squat, especially depending on the weight of that too, to the point you might only have so much left in your low back to even get into your comp bench setup. You know what I mean? If you had only bench to do for the day, you could let it probably, arch as high as you are physically capable of. But on meet day, I think some are not capable of doing that, and they want to, but then the moment that your back cramps, that's a huge issue. That can hold you back.
And Gary, the legend, back up for his third attempt on bench here. For the state record attempt, 110 kilograms here. That's 242.51 pounds. And Gary the legend, big bench Gary, taking the state record attempt. He got 2 white lights, but that's all he needs to take the state record. And even as he passed, he actually went up and talked to our head judge here just to see where he could have got that blue card. I think that really shows the type of athlete Gary is. Just because he made it, he knows there's things that he could still do better, even at the age he is at. Michael Henderson coming up for his third bench here, 112.5 kilograms.
Very, very smart man, Gary Erdman. I've seen a couple of times where his attempts did not go in any way the way he wanted. I've seen him open quite heavy a couple of times. I got to see him at West Michigan Classic 2 for Powerlifting America. First, Michael Henderson has got to find that last few inches up at the top for the lockout. Looked good to me, yes. Michael Henderson is the GOAT from a while ago, our comment section said. We'll hit on it now just because it seems appropriate. On the note of attempt selection, Gary has opened as heavy a couple of times as 112.5 kilos. And you put yourself in that hole, and especially if you miss your first 2 benches, the likelihood that third one's ever going to come up is frankly next to zero.
Yes.
We see that all the time from people who kind of load that bar in accordance with the number that they want and not what they're capable of on the day. Gary got his competition PR by going under that, be willing to go under that. Very, very good call.
We have Hunter Penny here, his third attempt, 120 kilograms. He's competing in the men's raw open, 75 kilograms here. And he's gonna get to his chest. It's getting sticky, but he pushes through. There's the rack, and he gets his lights.
Now, what I'm not supposed to do, Ian, is I'm not supposed to say, oh, hey, look, they're going on a run right now and the benches are going great, right?
Right.
Remind me.
Or at least knock on wood if you're going to say anything.
I turned the crowd mic down. Now I'll turn it back up, and that might have done it.
We have Lewis, his third attempt, 122.5 kilograms. It's going to be 270.7 pounds on the bar. As you can see, held it up there. Oh, but it already went down. Spotters had to take it from him. And that's going to be 2 red lights. That should have been 3 red lights, but I think that might have been a misclick over there. I see a little bit of laughing there from our head judge.
I'm telling you, man, Mr. USAPL State Chair, whoop-de-doo over there. I'm going to go and talk to him about that at some point.
Remember, he's not grumpy.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
No. You know something? If you don't have a sense of humor in this sport, how will you survive it? Because we've been here since when? And I know you've been here since earlier than I was, and I know you got in last night at some point. Like,
at least since 8, we've been here.
Yeah, how do you get through without a sense of humor in this sport? I don't know that it's possible. Brian Mullet.
Definitely the people.
Yeah, absolutely. Has to be. Brian Mullet needs this one. He's got a ratcheted up belt. You don't see that all too often. Those SBD belts, it's quite literally as good as money can buy. Very, very tight to him. Does that allow for that extra little bit of the breath and brace? Not quite.
Right there. Unfortunate for Brian Mullet, and that will have him bomb out of the competition here. He will not be able to place a total. He can still deadlift if he would like to, but unfortunately that will be it for Brian. A little bit too hot of a start for that opening bench, and that came to bite back at him just because you can't lower the weight after you've placed it at that.
You bet.
So he'll probably take it as a learning lesson, come back into the next competition, and improve from there.
That's a shame. His deadlift opener is 250, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
That is like a crying shame, honestly. He was going to pull at the very bottom of the flight, man. Now again, he should probably stick around and do that and take all 3 of his deadlift attempts, but will not post the total anyway.
Hey, doesn't mean you can't take a great video and post it online anyway.
Oh, absolutely. For your meet recap?
Yes,
Sure.
100%.
Sure.
You're already here anyway. Might as well finish it out, right?
You bet. Trevion Tenayuki is in need of a survival bench. 137.5. He's beyond 300 pounds. It's about 303. If he wants to be Mr. 303, like the band, then he's going to have to hit that one more gear. I tell you, that's a huge improvement.
That was a huge improvement.
Oh my God. Like, was that the same guy? Did he body double that? Alexa, play Double Vision by 303.
Can we get someone to check?
Yeah.
Check if there's 2 Trevions in the
Can
building
we look
today?
like back in the warm-up room? Like, what are we doing here?
What we're doing?
You remember that track, Double Vision by 303?
Yes.
Dude, I'll tell you, there was a time where like 303 kind of ran the pop scene and like stuff was just good. You know what I mean?
Just hasn't been the same.
No. Shame.
And we're here at the bottom of the flight. Last bench for flight A here. We have Andrew Norton, 142.5 kilograms.
I like the 2.5 jump. He's able to sacrifice the ego and add on to the total. That's a veteran's move. Bang.
And that's just some smart lifting here. Smart lifting, know what you need to do to get the job done.
That's a rare guy who's able to recognize that 2.5 is the right call and able to make himself load it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To not get that just itch and, oh, I need to. No, you don't. You need to build your total.
Yes.
Totals win meets. Forget everything else. Ethan Morrow now is at the very top of Flight B. He's going to open up with 80 kilos. Jake Sheehan will be next, and it'll get ridiculous at the end. Don't worry. Ethan's 80 kilo opener. Said his goal today was 90. I speculate he's got that in there. Honestly, going with 2.5 jumps might be smart. Going 80 to 85 and then 85 to 90.
That's the smart way to do it.
Yeah, Lord knows we're going to see some people do some other things that we always do, right? You're like, oh, I think I know how this guy, not that you know them and where they are, their training career and their, how many competitions they've done, their competition history and those kind of things. But a lot of people, if they would separate themselves from the numbers and determine only based on how their lifts are actually moving in that warm-up room, what they're able to do, would make some better calls.
I mean, it's like Stefan read your mind, because that's exactly what he's going to do for Ethan here. And Jake completing his first bench, 92.5 kilograms.
Yeah, I did notice that with Ethan Morrow. Again, he told us, shout out to Delaney Sousley, our handler. And I thought that was kind of weird, because then now I see today he's being handled by Stephen Emmett. Man, was that not... That guy like wins me over more every time that I talk to him, Stephen does. Just not only a hilarious dude with a great sense of humor, but I'm starting to really appreciate the intelligence of his training. The success of his athletes is growing, and I'm super glad for him. Just every single interaction that I have with the guy is better and better.
Brett Hetzner, 125 kilogram. It's gonna be good. Something that I noticed talking to and listening to so many of these interviews that we started doing is a lot of great coaches with a lot of clients. They understand life can get in the way, and instead of blaming someone for being too busy in their life, they find a way to work around it. And I think from what I've heard now, like from what I've always been hearing, I think that's one sign of a great coach.
I think you are so right. If you can't meet your athlete where they're at, then how are they going to make progress? And you are judged on the success, fairly or not, of your own athletes.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Caleb Bott not getting that attempt on bench here.
I'm watching our hidden little replay angle. So
I wonder if it was a command.
Yeah, gotta be.
I think it was
because
a
he
command.
looked up at the lights too. He must have jumped the press there.
I think he got a little bit excited.
Oh yeah.
That's okay. His opener looked good. So I wonder if he's going to take that again or if he's going to go with what his plan was for second bench here. Thomas McCarty, first attempt on bench, 132.5 kilograms here. That's 292.11 pounds. He's competing in the men's Raw Open 125 kilogram class.
He's got a real close stance, and his toes are almost all the way in. For a big dude, the mobility to find the technique like that, I'm impressed by Thomas, I tell you. I would not have guessed. If you asked me, like, hey, what do you think this guy benches like? I would have guessed something much different from that.
Yes, a little bit wider. I would have expected a little bit wider.
Yeah, wider with his grip, wider with his feet, and more turned out with his toe angle. I would have guessed all of that, and I would have been wrong.
Right.
His competition best bench is 140. What is your guess on his game plan?
He's at 140 and he just hit 132. I want to say that either today he's going to match it or go just a little bit above it.
Would you take a match on his second? I mean, I think he has the room to do that.
I don't think he's going to take the match on a second, and that's because I'm cheating.
No.
I know, I cheated.
That can't be right.
I was just looking at his first attempt, folks. I'm sorry. I'm a cheater.
Dirty, rotten cheaters out here in the north. Tyler Horton good on the 132.5. Good openers here on down the rest of the way. We're beyond 2 reds. 2 reds, again, with that competition barbell of 20 kgs and the collars being 2.5 each, a pair being 5. That means 2 reds is 125 kilos.
And you can see he was shaking his hand there and saying, no lift off for me, please. And again, variable. I would prefer a handoff personally. I know Tanner would prefer a handoff, but some people just do it by themselves. And, you know, some people just, they train by themselves.
Yeah.
They never get to train the handoff, and it's not worth changing it up on the day of competition.
It is 140. And we're now beyond 300 pounds. These mystical, magical barriers, they don't really mean anything, but they mean something in your head.
225 pounds is inflated now. 315 is the new 225.
Yeah. And then you want to, again, find that perfect pound equivalent of the kilos, and a lot of times they don't really exist, and so it's not satisfying to either side.
No,
right?
we're going to get to the point where we're going to get old, and we're going to tell high schoolers, yeah, I benched 225 in high school. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But did you bench 315? Ryan Critchfield, good on his first attempt.
Yeah, that's much smoother than the squats. He got only his middle squat of 200 kilos after messing with some replace commands and just a lot of stuff going on. He was the one who was shuffling the feet, struggling to get that squat command and then jump to rack. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Jesse Smade, 142.5. This is going to be 2.5 under his best bench. Doesn't guarantee you the bench PR if you get that opener, because Lord knows that some have made even aggressive jumps from their first to their second. But it gives you a really good chance to be only 2.5 under your PR on your opener.
Wow, Jesse Smade really taking his time. That was, you get a 1 minute to get your lift done, and he's already halfway done with that timer.
I'm telling you, he tempos that thing down and it lets that press command come quicker. That's so underrated. And it's, I think, going to be the wave for technique for kind of everybody. That's like I think it supersedes federations. I think it supersedes weight classes, age divisions. It supersedes your grip or almost anything else that is very individualized. It's just, in almost all cases, I think, the right way to go to tempo that bar down more than whatever you're currently doing.
Mateo, 145 kilograms.
Would you
Easy work, huh?
Would you have known that that was a 145? I mean, that's like a second to last warm-up kind of deal. So that was 145. I'm going to start doing math here. I'm going to guess he's going to put in at least 2 jumps of 10. I see he put in 1 jump of 10 kilos for his next one. Yeah, but
makes sense.
With the, I mean, that's a 145 opener at, you know, RP 5. Seems mathematically likely. That's what my guess is his third bench is going to be 165. And he's going to smoke his second. Jackson Roy will take 155 for an opener. That's huge. Hello. He's got a chance to be really close to twice body weight. I just realized he's a junior and an open entrant too. That's insane.
It is.
Do you see anything about this guy and think he looks junior? Like, what looks junior about this guy?
I know.
It's not the quickest opener you'll ever see, but there's no issue with it either.
I think it's so funny. I think powerlifting either makes you look younger than you're supposed to be or way older than you're supposed to be.
Right? And so if you're, let's say, 20 to 23, you're in those juniors, can make you look much older, you mean, because you're just so scary looking. And then if you're, you know, 60s, 70s, but you're in outstanding health, you know, Ross Bogard, 62, right? The guy continues to blow me away, right? Amazing shape for Ross and Kristen. That stood out to me too. And Kristen, again, happy 57th. They're probably still watching out in the lobby or something. They stuck around for a while. Can you believe they brought me cough drops?
I saw that.
I turned down the mic as Ross came over here, but I was like, wow. You know, I go out and have a bathroom break right before we talk to Bryn. And
I wonder what that was.
Yeah, that was some cough drops. An incredible gesture from them. They are fantastic people. Jaden Nash, as he has been forever and as he will continue to be at all times, finds himself at the very bottom of the flight.
Wow. An opening at 413.37 pounds for bench here.
You know, sometimes I don't want to say anything and I just want to let it pop up on the screen and just let everybody like kind of feel it. You know what I mean? This is one that you feel, you don't just witness, you don't just watch.
Like I said, I mean, Jaden Nash, monster of a man here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
400 pounds, starts at 182.5 in kilos. I think this guy's like last warm-ups end around there. That's unnerving in every way. I'm like quaking. I don't know what to do from here. So
if you heard someone was going to just lift, you don't know what the lift was, and it was 400 plus pounds, would you have guessed it was bench?
No, not really. Not particularly. Jaden's also 23 years of age, meaning he was almost certainly eligible for juniors as well.
He wanted to play with the big boys.
Uh-huh.
Big dogs.
So he squatted 727. Yeah.
My goodness.
Indeed he did. Don't remind me.
Back
Ethan Morrow.
at the top of the flight here. Ethan Morrow.
Yes, we are. I told you, 85 was going to be the smart call for his second. The dreaded double pause bench.
He gets it. I was thinking, like, it looks like they called that blue card in the middle. Probably was from that pause. It could have been up and down a little bit, but it looked good to the other two judges. And that's why we have 3 judges, folks. Can't judge from one angle there.
Yeah, you bet. It's good on the sides. It's an 85 kilo second. He's going to take a minimum jump for his third. Okay. If that had gone just a tad better and he hadn't hit that sticking point, we definitely are going to see the 90, but I get it.
It's for the total.
Yep.
Put in that minimum, add to the total.
And Lord knows we've seen so many missed third benches today. You just kind of got to read the room and be like, yeah, okay, the third bench is just kind of difficult. No, maybe like the heat actually factors in a little bit, right?
100%.
The sweat and just the added exhaustion. Like Sheehan, that was a miserable grind. It works, but I think it's got to be a minimum jump for him.
I like to imagine, and this is just a theory in my head, but the grungier the gym you work out at, the better you will do at a meet, because usually it's pretty well air conditioned, depending on where you go, or it's the hottest day of your life.
You know, the grungiest, and I say this with absolute love because I think the place is amazing, the grungiest gym I've ever been into is just last weekend, going there for the second time, Detroit Muscle Gym over in Plymouth on the east side. Unbelievable, like, the rust is a decoration. You know what I mean? It's part of the decor. It's part of the atmosphere. The shtick over there is it's a garage. So you have an actual like garage with hot rods that they work on there that's attached to the gym.
I've seen that.
Coolest thing in the world.
Super cool.
And oh my goodness, are there animals that train over there on the east side too? And I think I'm with your theory more than I have noticed. I'm surprised that I haven't kind of, thought of that, realized anything about it, but yeah, I bet there's something to that.
And grungy does not mean bad. Grungy, if anything, grungy is an aesthetic.
Yeah. All right, Caleb missed on his opening bench, still gonna go up. And that is a great correction. Yeah. He's having a rocky day, but the numbers are still going to sort themselves out probably pretty well.
It looks like Thomas McCarty also doing 137.5 here for his second attempt on bench.
Chat's kind of quiet, but I really think one of my favorite comments so far was Taylor Guzzi saying "Sandbagger Thomas." It's still up in the very top left. We got it in there one more time. Both, again, handled, or coached, that is, by Brendan Pappen of Momentum Powerlifting. Thomas McCarty. This would be just 2.5 under his all-time best comp bench. Holds it there, just ponders existence at the top, and then starts.
So when you set up on bench, do you usually already have your butt set before you get the bar out, or have you done the where your butt's not quite set but you get the bar out there, then you set your butt?
I retooled for my most recent meet. I retooled my bench setup, and actually part of that was because I am prone to cramping in my back on meet day. You know what's the worst is I cramped anyway. However, I retooled and I went from keeping the hips always down on the bench, never allowing them to come up even in setup. And it just wasn't as effective. I wasn't getting all the leg drive that I could. I wasn't increasing the arch to the height that I could. Now I've adopted a setup much more similar to Tyler Horton there, where I allow the hips to come a good deal up into the air, right? Like, as the bar is already out of the hooks, I'll sit there and I might even kind of in that elevated, hip bridge type position, hold it for 1 second, then slowly lower just my hips down, try to have no other movement from anywhere else, so you can just set your rear end on the bench and then maintain that level of arch throughout the entire rep, if I can. If I execute well, if I maintain tons of tension in my quads, if I'm pushing backwards, so pressure from the feet this way has that equal and opposite reaction of going back up towards the head and back away from you, right? Those who really nail that say that helps them a lot with stability and pressing power. I think most would be smart to get the hips off at least a little bit, that it will probably increase your arch to some degree, and that means less range of motion, again, to some degree, and that means less stress on, the shoulder joint with the extremity of the range and those kinds of things. It's still all individual because some people appear to have next to no arch and they're just launching their bench all the time, and some people, have a very generous setup, but it maybe doesn't boost their strength much. You got to do what works for you. You got to do what's strongest for you, and if you train long enough, you'll find what that is, because you'll try something else, and then it won't be very strong at all. That's when you scrap it immediately. You say, never doing that again. Jesse Smade, 147.5. The competition best on his second, not quite there. Clearly, the retake comes in a moment. When he's back up, he's got to take that 147.5 again, because he can't go down.
We have Ryan coming up next. 150 kilograms, that's 330 and some change pounds. We saw a really good bench for him for his first attempt at 140, taking that 10 kilogram jump. He does a good job of just planting himself.
That's another one that's so quiet, that attempt. Like, I really don't know, even if we crank the mic up, if we're going to hear anything on that.
If there was nothing else but just him benching in a room, you'd hear a pin drop.
Was his belt latched, by the way, or no? Because I was tempted to say it wasn't.
Yeah.
Can you see? We've got somebody in between us right now.
I mean, it's possible he unlatched it on the way here, too.
No, but I thought I saw the buckle poking up. I don't know that there's...
It's very possible it could have been. Maybe he didn't need it tight, but he just needed it there.
Yeah, again, we tell you about what I tell you about Mateo, by the way. He just scalds his second as well. Yeah, it can be, for some people, only an external reminder of the necessity of that breathing and bracing. For some people, it doesn't physically do anything for you, right? Yeah. It's just there to say, oh, hey, let's arch, let's expand this trunk, let's take that big chest breath, right? As opposed to kind of the belly breath that more so dominates the theories of breathing for squatting and deadlifting. Take that big chest breath and expand that out. Jackson Roy, and he's got a big bench. This is 160, a 5 kg jump. Mateo's third bench is going to be 160. He wasn't quite going to take that 165. I wanted to see it, but he won't. And Jesse Smade is going to scratch his third, by the way.
Jackson Roy, third attempt, grinding it out. Gets it into the rack. And he gets 2 white lights. That will be good. Keegan Parker is going to do 10 more than Jackson Roy at 170 kilograms here. That's 2 reds, a blue, and a black.
Keegan is another guy who has a chance to get a 1,000-pound total within just 2 disciplines. Remember, it feels like a really long time ago, but Terry Allender did that in session 1. Keegan's 170 bench. It's going to take him within range if he gets this to have his third bench taken there. I'm not gonna spoil anything yet, but there's a chance.
Keegan Parker. Second attempt, very controlled, and even faster way back up. No doubt in my mind that would have gone three white lights there. And we are at the bottom. We are at bottom of bench 2 for flight B. And it's a 435.41 pound bench or 197.5 kilogram bench. You just have to imagine, I just feel like it's so much pressure to be the guy at the bottom of anything. All eyes are on you. But honestly, Jaden has been at the bottom of the flight this whole competition, so I'm sure he's adjusted to it already, and it does not faze him one bit.
Classic 197.5 seconds. Me too, buddy. Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
Did he get the press command in there? I thought maybe he didn't. I thought that could have been why it moved so absurdly quick. Yeah, that makes sense that it should be just a little bit too early.
I mean, at least I think he's good for whatever jump he wants to do for his third bench. So.
Yeah, I think he'll be just fine. It's probably 205, I'm gonna guess, or is it 202.5? You want to cheat?
I'll let you take your guess, and I'll tell you the answer.
Okay. I bet it's 205.
200.
Is it only 200?
Only 200.
Wow. Now, it's just because that's a big swing in your total when you don't have a successful second attempt. So I get why you did that. I do.
Ethan Morrow, last bench for him today. Mr. Gut Cut himself. No wrist wraps. Would not be me, but it works for Ethan.
Yeah, but if you've got olive oil on your side. Oh, and not quite. All right.
He still yells it anyway.
We're going to have some words with the gentleman about meat day nutrition at some point. You know?
I'm sure Stefan will get him.
Of all the things that I could think of to, somebody who's like successfully or somewhat successfully gut cut before, just drinking a pure oil kind of shot, I don't know, doesn't sit right with me. But no yakking, and it didn't come out of any other ends. I mean, it's a success in a way.
I mean, Ethan still has had a great show today.
Yeah.
So, I mean, something's clearly working for him here.
Was very close to in line with his goals. Still wants a 200 kilo pull. Jake Sheehan gonna have to put everything on the line. Didn't quite think that was gonna be there. He emptied the tank on his second, big time, and so comes up a little bit short.
I think that second right there was at his limit already.
And by taking the 2.5, you kind of admit that.
Yeah.
He had the option to scratch. Again, Jesse Smade did already scratch this, so he's not gonna take a third attempt for bench. It means he just doesn't come out there when it would be his time within the rotation. Everybody else has put in a third attempt of some kind. There's a couple minimums in here that we're going to see real soon. Thomas McCarty, though, is going up 5. This is going to be a lifetime best bench. Oh, pardon us. Caleb Bott is first, right? This is a lot number thing. Dude, you would have think I'd figured that out by, right? Have I done enough of these to know that by now?
I don't think you've talked about it enough, personally.
I think I'm cooked too much now to remember that, personally. All right, Caleb Bott. He's got the one on the board. Took a lot out of him at 137.5. But he's dialed. And it's such a quiet and calm technique that allows him to polish it off.
I think a really important skill when it comes to grinding it out is to not panic. I think a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, I'm failing, I gotta do everything I can, and then it honestly ends up worse for you. Thomas McCarty, the sandbagger. Back
dirty, rotten momentum. Coach Pappin isn't about this. That's not what Pappett's here for. Somebody clip this. Taylor, are you on it? Nonetheless, look, lifetime bench PR. Can we make it look like the guy's working a little bit hard? 142.5 for the lifetime comp best, Thomas McCarty. Big T, show it to me.
Oh, come on.
You bet he did.
Oh, my goodness. Come on now. Come on now.
I'm surprised he was able to get out of spotting or reffing or something or loading for the first session. You know what I mean? This guy's everywhere all the time.
Oh, my goodness.
I also see him with Powerlifting America.
Yes.
And it's just like, dude, what else do you do on the weekends? Like, what's going on here?
This is your week. I'm at the point where he's like, oh, have you heard about this competition? Like, yeah, I'm going to be there.
Yeah, he's got that in him. He told us his 400 dots was a really, really big focus for him. We're going to start to see those dot scores round out when we get to the deadlifts, and those are the determinants of your best lifter awards. Brent Hetzner wants to grind. The bar will deny that request. Oh, at the very top. That's about as close as you can come. Unfortnite. You know what I mean?
What?
Unfortunate. No, you never. I told you I'm cooked.
Did I miss a reference here?
No, I mean it's what it sounds like.
It sounds like.
Hey, look, a powerlifting meet.
Oh my goodness.
Glenn Letter, 150 kg. He's gonna round out his bench.
Glenn Letter. Oh, it's master. Give it to us, Glenn. Unfortunately, could not deliver on his last attempts. Just ran out of gas.
Been there, done that.
Been there, done that.
Quite recently, in fact. Is what it is. Tyler Holton, dang it.
Holton.
Dude,
Holton.
shame on me because I was watching the Tigers last night. Tyler Holton came in I think the 7th inning when they had a lead against the Mariners, and he held it up pretty well. Tyler Horton over here, he does not pitch for the Tigers. He lifts weights. He's coached by Josh Fulford and is also the GVSU Strength Club president.
There it goes. Hips down after that.
And it's sticky and tricky, but that looks good enough by me. His tank was empty there, not gonna get another 2.5. Not nearly.
Not nearly. He chose the perfect weight. Perfect weight to end the day off for him on bench today.
Yep. He's a smart man because I ask a lot of these athletes, hey, what's your favorite exercises? And many of them don't say squat, bench, or deadlift related stuff, right? He says any kind of machine chest press, but by far the plate loaded hammer strength chest press. Absolutely. I've never, fun fact, had the incredible fortune of having one of those in one of my gyms, those hammer strength chest presses, but oh my goodness. The converging handle is so ergonomic. It's the coolest thing in the world. Mateo Perez just leaving scorched earth behind on a 160. Jeez.
And we're getting down here to the final 4 on bench here. We have Ryan, Jackson, Keegan, and then Jaden.
And I think I'm going to take the time to reveal that I will likely have to step out by the time we polish off this flight. It's a shame. And once we get to deadlifts, I think you're going to have to recruit some help somewhere or other. I think Ray will probably jump on for a while. And I hope you guys get to talk to some more awesome people because the community is, out in full force at a meet like this. I mean, you have 9 hours already almost, right, that they've had to come and see us. And I'm sure that we'll get some more in there before we're done. But truly, like, This inflates the population of Traverse City a little bit. You know what I mean? When everybody comes in here.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Little population boom.
You can tell by the hotel prices.
Oh, don't get me started. It's kind of like Cherry Fest, too. I don't know if you've been here during Cherry Fest, but that's insane.
Super
it's like,
insane.
It's got to be doubling the population dang near of like everybody that's native. Multiply that by 2, and that's what's here for Cherry Fest. It feels.
But I love the strength community here in Traverse City. Not just the power lifters here, but they also do the Greatest Lakes Strongest Man here as well.
Yeah, I have heard that one as well.
Jackson Roy, 162.5 kilograms for his last bench here. 358.25 pounds here.
Equals his best competition bench all time. I wonder on his hips is the only question I've got, because I know that's going to crawl and climb up. But what do you think?
I think it's good. Jackson Roy.
He should exhale and thank his lucky stars. That's about as much deviation, I think, as you'll get.
Yes.
It works. It counts. That's close.
Man, I just see these guys, and I'm just not jealous of them right now. Probably exhausted. I've actually never done a meet this late before.
Yeah, me
personally.
neither.
It's always early.
I suppose that's not quite true because of, well, primetime last year was evening. USAPL primetime was, so.
I meant competing.
Yeah, okay, I know what you mean. That is true. That it's been a tremendously long day for them because you kind of sleep, like, hopefully enough, and then you get up and have, like, your entire afternoon where you don't really have to do anything. You come in for
you're just walking.
Yeah.
You're walking the whole.
Yeah, and then weigh-ins, I think, started at 1 p.m. Strange. Keegan Parker, just an animal. It's exactly what you expected on his third bench. It's just the same as the other two. Keegan Parker is putting on a showcase. His best competition bench was 175. He chips that, racks the PR, and that put him over 1,000 pounds. We told you somebody else was going to do it.
Wow.
His
that
squat,
was before deadlift.
Right. Don't you worry about that. His squat was already awesome at 277.5, beyond 600 pounds. His bench took him to 1,000 pounds in 2 lifts. Only him, Terry Allender, and this guy, Jaden Nash, can boast that. Jaden, with 1 more bench attempt here, his all-time best comp bench was 190 coming in. A lot on the line, though, for his total. A 12.5 total that he's risking right here. There's no risk at all. Forget about it.
Jaden Nash.
If you know you got it, then who cares what's on the bar?
Holy crap.
That is an astounding 200 kilo. That's your mic drop to end it. And folks, I think I'm going to have to take my leave after that, because how do you follow that up? Jaden Nash, the biggest bench of everybody by, what is this? 22.5 kg. Heaviest bench all day by 22.5. That guy could have entered juniors, but he's like, no, give me all the big guys. Give me all the big guys you got.
He beat his best by 10 kilograms?
Yeah, you bet. And with more in the tank, clearly.
More in the tank. He didn't even need that second attempt. Oh.
Don't ask me, dude. And of course, the common refrain goes, what are they feeding these kids? I don't know, man.
Jams.
Yeah, those jams, those Uncrustable type deals that the NFL players are eating with like the 10 grams of protein.
Hey, the 4 grams of protein is the difference right there. Difference maker.
Right? If that makes the difference, then hey, they're NFL players. I think they deserve it. I think they earned it. All right, take us off for 1 moment, Ian. I will step out, but interview upcoming in just a few.
Yep. Hey everybody, we're back. Tanner just had to leave the building. Unfortunately, our funds ran out and he had to get going.
Okay.
But we're joined here with Jordan Bywater from the powerlifting team Don't Quit.
Yep.
It's nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you as well.
Why don't you tell the folks at home a little bit about yourself and a little bit about Don't Quit?
Yeah, so I started Don't Quit back in 2021. For the longest time, I kind of coached guys for free as I was kind of starting powerlifting in early 2014.
Yeah.
And then over time, I was like, hey, well, maybe we can kind of curate a club.
Yeah.
And then we started in 2021. And now in 2026, there's 25 athletes on the
wow.
team. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
so we've grown quite a bit. I've gotten to powerlifting in 2014 after I did some bodybuilding shows. I played college basketball first and then transitioned over powerlifting. And 2014 or 15, I think it was, I did Raw Nationals. That was kind of a shell shock. I went from doing just a local meet to Nationals, and from there I've been hooked. Ever since 2014, kind of been hooked to the strength sport, and now we continue to grow, and now I can kind of offload some of my love for the sport onto my athletes and watch them thrive. So
there's just something about strong people, strong big people coming from basketball to strength sport. You're like Brian Shaw, the mountain. I think that's so funny. When you started, you said you were training people for free. How was that transition? Because obviously teaching yourself is something different, but actually trying to teach other people, how was that experience?
Yeah, so the reason why I did it for free is because I was still so new to the sport. I didn't feel like I've earned my ability to charge these people, and I was still kind of building my training approach, right?
Right.
So these athletes trusted me. They saw that I was strong. It's easy to be strong yourself. To get others strong, I think, takes a little more fine-tuning thing. So started free until I really got a system under me, and then once I felt confident where I was offering a service that was worth to charge for, that's when I started kind of charging for it. Granted, I was blessed. After college, I got a job right away, so I was able to kind of have those funds without needing to charge for coaching to kind of afford to live and things like that. So that's kind of how I got into it, and then it just continued to grow. And a lot of the guys actually who started with me in 2021, almost, I would say probably about 99% of them are still with me today, so 5 years later. So.
Oh wow, that's building a loyal fan base. I almost consider it's not just a club. It sounds like it's more like a family.
Definitely.
Family kind of thing.
They've become friends, and in a way, I feel like I've become a mentor to a lot of them. I've watched them kind of graduate high school, start college, graduate college now, and start their careers.
Oh my goodness.
So it's just been fun to be a part of their journey, not just getting stronger in the sport, but also just being better humans in life and watching them progress. It's been nice to see.
Nice to see. Oh, that's awesome. Would you like to highlight some of your athletes? Who are your, maybe don't pick favorites, but maybe kind of who in recently or just all time just have kind of been like, oh, I'm really proud of what we were able to achieve together?
Oh yeah, for sure. So there's no one person I can pick out of the team because there's so many. So I'll talk about the guys I have here today. We have Jay Nash, Mateo, and then we have Keegan Parker. Keegan's a front runner to be in prime time.
I saw that.
He's kind of a standout. He's doing great. Right now he's pacing to be all-time total PR this meet and all-time total dots. Jay Nash just put up a huge 727 squat today. That was a 50-pound meet PR for him.
That was crazy.
And then Mateo as well hit a huge squat PR today. So those three have been putting in the work. There's been a lot of great athletes on the team. Right now, I would say kind of, they'll probably battle in the comments, but Keegan's kind of the standout right now. He's kind of pacing at the highest dots. I always have a thing with my athletes is like, until I retire, you guys better keep chasing me, because I'm not going to make it easy to beat me. So, yep.
You could be like Westside Barbell.
Yeah, right. I know my day will come, but I'm not going to make it easy. So I'm going to push them as hard as I can. So.
No, that's awesome. When it comes to, I guess, training all your athletes, do you like to use a particular method, or do you look at this person and then you're like, oh, I think this might work where you are right now? So Ray, he always talks about conjugate, like we talked about Westside. But for you, what do you like to do?
Yeah, so I have obviously my framework of how I go about coaching, but also I kind of look at the athlete and kind of meet them halfway. Some athletes that I coach work super hard 60, 70-hour weeks with manual labor.
Yeah.
So the amount of volume they can handle is a lot less than athletes who maybe work maybe a more white-collar job where they're not beating up their body and things like that. So I do have a system, but I also have an approach to meeting the athletes where they are, because I can't just have a system that I stick to. And if it doesn't work for everybody, there has to be some give and take. So that's kind of what I see. And then us little athletes that are more efficient at a lift, say if they're like a squat specialist or a deadlift specialist, they can tend to handle a little more volume on those lifts and maybe a little more frequency without getting as beat up as somebody who's, the leverages are kind of working against them for the pull, say if they have short arms or things like that. So it's kind of give and take, but I do have a system that tends to work. And then each athlete I have kind of like a notes template. And every year we just kind of go through what worked, what didn't work. Let's improve on this, maybe try this. And it's just very open communication, because I can have a system, but I still need to hear feedback from them, because I want them to enjoy their training. I don't want them just to listen to me blindly and then be miserable. So
it's a two-way street. Definitely. I bet you would adapt. And it just sounds like we talked to a lot of coaches today, right? A lot of it seems like it's being able to adapt. And I'm sure that you've gotten a lot of experience adapting and just meeting people in the middle. I feel like, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this, I feel like great coaches are those who are able to meet their athletes halfway.
Definitely.
Because I'm trying even now, struggling sometimes with just everything, volunteering life outside, and then just full-time work, and then trying to still find that time to still work out.
For sure. Yep, definitely. And actually, speaking on that, a lot of my athletes, when they originally started with me, were just getting in college. They were raring to go, so they would train 5-6 days a week. I would say out of all 25 athletes, I probably have 2 now that train over 4 days a week.
Over 4 days.
All of them kind of flirt with that 3 to 4 days a week, especially when they kind of start their careers. They're really starting families, things like that. There has to be some give and take, and I think you can accomplish a lot with that 3 to 4 day mark. You start getting into the 1 to 2 days, obviously there's going to have to be some give and take. But I still find that 3 to 4 days allows you to kind of still do what you need to do and still get your lifts in. So
okay, so for someone, for the people at home who want to get into powerlifting, right, or they're starting to get in their busier life, do you think they could still make progress then on like 3 days? I mean, it sounds general, but like...
Absolutely, and I think anyone who's starting out or just trying to get into competing, less is more. Always start with the least amount of stimulus that you need to progress, and then add in more. Because for a while there, a few years or 3 or 4 years, it seemed like the fad was how often, how much frequency could you force into an athlete to kind of get them to progress. And I try to take the opposite approach. Let's see how little of stimulus you need to progress, and then we'll add some in. That way, we don't find flying too close to the sun too soon.
For sure.
We kind of allow them to grow into wanting more volume, building more work capacity, and things like that.
Was that kind of for you, coming from bodybuilding, was that a different mindset?
Definitely. It was definitely a different mindset. I would spend 3 hours in the gym bodybuilding 6 days a week because I could get away with it. You know, you could hit arms all day long and still wake up the next day and be fine, but try, doing 10 barbell squats or sets of back squat, you're going to be feeling it. So yeah, definitely it was a weird transition from bodybuilding, and that's partly why I didn't feel like I was able to charge in the beginning, because I kind of needed to build out an approach, and the guys trust me and allowed me to kind of grow as a coach to get to where I am now. So
I have a question for you on this end. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are looking for a sport to do, right? But they're doing the sport to lose weight, right? And I feel like a lot of people feel like they can't do powerlifting and lose weight at the same time. Obviously for us, we make weight cuts. But for someone that mindset of trying to lose weight and get stronger, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that?
I think a good approach, especially if they're not, cutting for a national level meet or a world's level meet, if they're just kind of trying to get into their powerlifting, do their first meet, lose weight, I think what they should do is just kind of have 2 goals at once. Pick a meet to do, say give yourself at least 16 weeks so you can diet appropriately and not go too drastic with it. Pick that meet and then slowly taper into that meet and pick that weight class as the goal. You make the weight class, be conservative with your attempts, put up a 9 for 9 total at the body weight you want to be at, and then you can build from there. It's a lot easier to maintain a body weight than it is to cut into a class. And so I think that would be the approach. Find the weight class you hope to be or the weight you want to be at with your cut. pick that and then go into the meet knowing, hey, you might not be as strong as you were 60 pounds ago or 30 pounds ago, but go 9 for 9, have a baseline to build from, and then from there maintain your weight and continue to get stronger. So
to maintain weight, that's true.
Definitely.
100%. Do you also help your athletes with nutrition then?
Yes. Yep. So I track for all of them, or at least give them macros where we hit, and then it's kind of up to them because with powerlifting coaching, they have to send me videos, right? So I know they're not skipping. With nutrition, yes, I can track them on MyFitnessPal, things like that. But truthfully, I don't know if they're actually having an extra donut at work or things. So it's kind of on them. So as long as my athletes are making weight, and that's not an issue, I know that they're at least adhering to the nutrition that I give them enough to recover and progress and make weight.
And make weight. Yep. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I feel like depends on the power lifter. It's hard to stay away from the sweets and stuff like that all the time.
I did a whole row of Oreos last night, so I know exactly how it goes. Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm maintaining my weight right now. I cut for my last meet from 260 down to 242, which hurt me after my heavy third attempt squat. So now I'm just going to maintain 242 and take my own advice. I self-coach myself still. I'm on the hunt for a coach. I am on the hunt for a coach.
Forever learner.
Yes.
You need someone to look at you.
I need someone to take me out of my own head, and I think that's the biggest benefit of a coach, is because you can know everything there is to know about programming, but you still can't get out of your own ego's way, and that's the biggest thing with me is I get to a meet and I have to total this, and sometimes I can't get out of my own way. You need that objective outside opinion. Definitely.
And I think that's a great thing. I think some people, if you need to start the sport without a coach, I think that's fine. But if you really I don't think there's any really downsides to getting a coach unless they're really bad.
Definitely.
Unless they're really bad.
Yep. And I think the thing that gets kind of underappreciated is game day coaching. Like today, I'm handling an athlete for Pop-In for Momentum Powerlifting. And just being here for him, he knows his attempts, he knows how his training's gone to Pop-In, but just being here, allowing him to kind of have that burden off him of loading his weights for him, being there at the scorer's table, getting his next attempt in for him, it goes a long way. And you don't have to jump right into powerlifting by having a coach who's doing all your programming. Maybe just starting with a game day coach, seeing what it's all about, and then see if you do want to go into a coach. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing approach. And powerlifting, play the long game. If you really love the sport, try to play the long game. Be around as long as you can, because there will come a day where we can't push like we do. So enjoy it while you can.
100%.
For sure.
I've been seeing all these old guys like Gary Edmond.
That was so motivational. I had to say something to him in the back. He was absolutely killing. I think he set the state record for I don't know what master's class he was, like 70 to 73. So it's motivating to see that.
It's so crazy because we were looking at his records, and he was trying to hit that weight for like the past 4 competitions.
Really?
Yes. Okay. And then he finally took that approach. He kind of lowered it, came back, and he finally hit that. And I was like, so
awesome
happy for him.
Yep. Yeah. That's what it's all about.
No, I totally believe in I think powerlifting is great at any age. You just have to have that right approach, right coaching, all of that. I don't know if you need to get ready soon or anything like that.
I have 4 guys in this next flight coming up. So
anything, last thing you want to say to our audience before you got to head out and coach your guys?
Keep getting stronger. That's what it's all about. Keep showing up even when life's hard. Keep showing up. That's kind of what the Don't Quit's all about. You can have low points, keep showing up, and things will get better. So
don't quit.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Don't quit. It. Well, Jordan, thank you so much for your time.
It was great talking to you.
Great talking to you. You have a good one. Yep. And good luck to the rest of your athletes. I'm excited to keep watching them into this last session here with deadlifts.
Alrighty, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Alrighty, folks. We are down to the last exercise of today, deadlifts. And we already had our first deadlift with Isaac Hess at 70 kilograms, and that was good. Now we have Elijah Ganari at 130 kilograms. And that's gonna look good for him. Different angle. You can kind of see that his upper back was rounded, but that worked for him. I mean, personally, my coach likes me to keep my back straight, so different for me. And here we have Darnell. He's opening at 147.5 kilograms and choosing to do sumo. Looks like he's deciding to wear shoes that kind of look like Converse, and that is not uncommon within the sport. I think it's very normal for a lot of people who are just starting into the sport. They'll choose a flat-footed shoe, and that could be Converse, they can be Vans, and oh, it actually wasn't good there. Let's go ahead and hit the replay here and just see where it could have been wrong. I think possibly it wasn't locked down on one side there. Soft knees on one side, or maybe his shoulders weren't back. But I'm sure he will adjust for the next one here. Our next competitor, Michael Henderson. He'll be going with 150 kilograms for his opener. That's 330.69 pounds here. He's going with a conventional mixed grip. And easy. Sort of thing you want for your opening deadlifts. Moving along, we got Hunter Penny coming up next. He's going to take it to 165 kilograms here. It's almost surreal, folks. Almost surreal that we're getting up to the end of the day here. It is 5:56 p.m. here in Traverse City, Michigan. The athletes weighed in at 1. It is 5:56. Hunter Penny, sumo deadlift. No issues on his first deadlift here. And joining me on the mic here, we have Mr. Raymond himself, Ray Vandermeer.
How you doing, Ian?
AKA Daddy Hippo. I'm doing great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did the interview with the Don't Quit guy go?
Jordan Bywater, great guy. He started very humble beginnings, teaching for free. I mentioned this. He came from a basketball background. I was like, why are all those tall, strong guys all from basketball? Brian Shaw,
yeah.
The Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, then go into the whatever strength sport, I think is so hilarious to me. But, we just talk about just like clients and then just the systems that they use. And I think the conclusion I've came out today, because I haven't really been able to do much interviews myself, is that coaches are very adaptable to whatever their client needs are. And that's kind of what makes a great coach, is they work with what you have and they will make you successful. You just have to meet them in the middle.
Absolutely. That makes sense.
Yeah. And we have Tom Hogan here. He's going to follow the rule of not having to wear a shirt for deadlifts here, just a singlet. Showing off some muscle here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Awesome. That looked like really fast. Looked like kind of just yanked it off the ground.
He's going to yank it off the ground.
Yeah.
He's got these first few deadlifts here I expect to run very quickly.
Absolutely. That's why I figured I could step in for a few minutes there after Tanner took off.
You don't have to catch anyone today?
I hope not.
Hope not.
So, I did run into, Save Our Spotter's life during the bench earlier. But
maybe we actually had this question with during squats with Trevion. The bar came off his back.
Yep.
So did he not get DQ'd for that?
He did not.
Okay.
Because that was deemed as just a pure accident. It wasn't intentional.
Right, because it's not like he was there and then he went like that.
Correct.
He was on his back and then he...
Anytime that does happen, though, like my first thought is, kind of going down that avenue, and I do warn everybody for that.
Yeah.
But I reviewed it. I did talk to all the refs, and they all agreed. We all agreed. Because I literally went on the live stream and I went back a little bit to review it myself.
Yeah. Hey, things happen.
Yep.
And Anthony gets his first deadlift.
Nice and smooth and controlled.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was, it was just slipping, and I think it was off his back before he even knew what happened.
Yeah.
So
I was worried about his wrist.
Yeah, and the most important thing is that no one got hurt.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
That's I'm always worried about the back spotter, especially.
Oh yeah, for
I've seen too many accidents where the bar just, and then they basically Zercher carry that thing.
For sure.
And if you're not training in like strongman or something, you definitely don't use your biceps like that.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Andrew Norton here, coming out with the notorious deadlift slippers. Now, folks, just remember, for deadlift, you need to have knee-high socks, and you have to be wearing shoes.
Very snappy.
Very snappy. He just kind of got in position there, and then he pulled the slack, and then he just got it up there. Did seem like he got a red light there on the from our head judge in the middle.
Okay.
Maybe it wasn't locked out all the way as it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of at like a blistering speed, so I'm not really sure. I didn't happen to see what color the card was for.
It was like more gray, so.
Maybe that's just the color that we're seeing.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be. There should be a gray one. It should be red.
Red, blue, or yellow.
Yeah.
Speaking of the man himself, Trevion, on deck here. He's going to be opening up at 220 kilograms. That's 485.02 pounds. Seeing a lot of sumo deadlift here today.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. You as well, yourself.
I'm a sumo fan myself, personally.
Why are you a fan of sumo deadlift?
I've struggled with like lower back issues, and when I pull sumo, I can keep my back straighter the entire time, and I don't have to like bend over and maybe even round my back a little bit.
Yeah,
I can be in that more like kind of nice upright position the entire time, as long as I can get my hips opened up enough to get myself in that position.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And also your emphasis on the quads there to get that bar up too.
Absolutely. If only I could just emphasis on my calves to actually help me in powerlifting, then I'd be doing all right.
Yeah. Brian Mullet, 237.5 kilograms for his opener.
Speaking of quads, there's some quads on that guy.
Some quads on that guy. Tree trunks.
Yeah, I mean, like, is that guy like a bicycle sprinter?
I've seen that.
Have you seen the bicycle sprinter dudes that
Yes.
just got massive?
It's so interesting because obviously, like as like in the strength world, you do too much cardio, you feel like you're gonna lose muscle. But those guys,
tell it to those guys.
Yeah, tell it to those guys.
Yeah.
Like literally, like the size of my head, like a literal watermelon on their leg.
For sure.
Lewis here, he's gonna go with a conventional stance here.
It's a solid looking deadlift for him. 247.5 kilos.
Yeah.
I don't see him jumping too big though.
No, it looked like I saw that stinky leg a little bit, shaking the leg a little bit. But maybe it's just the jitters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he could come back out. I mean, I feel like between deadlifts and bench, when you're struggling on bench, your next bench is either gonna be barely there or just not there at all.
Yeah.
Deadlifts and squats, I definitely seen people who struggled on the first one, but then they come out on their next one, and it's just like, what was that first attempt? It's just like, what the heck happened here?
For sure. Have you seen any like real big standouts for you personally today?
Big standouts for me personally. Well, we'll talk about the elephant in the room here. Mr. Man, Jaden Nash himself. Big dude and just...
Squatted 7-something, right?
Yeah, he squatted 330 pounds. His opener at 300 kilograms was heavier than anyone on their third attempt on squats. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Isaac Hayes here on his second attempt. 2 red lights.
Why is that showing up gray?
I'm not sure. You've seen the blue and red. The blue and red has shown up. I think that was yellow, actually.
Okay.
I think that might have been yellow.
Okay.
But, oh, you know what? It's because for everyone, background of the stream that I helped put all the layouts together. I think it has to do with the filter. And there's a green filter on there, and that's probably why it's coming out a little bit weird, the chroma key filter, because those dots are on a green background, and so you have to take out the green, and it probably is why it's coming out green.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You got my little baby green screen.
Yeah, I gotta choose a completely different color that's not those colors.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Let's say I'll pull up the thing on our little tablet here. That way we can get a better idea.
Elijah Ganari, 142.5 kilograms here for his second attempt. Waiting for this, and he's good. 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
Play that for him real quick.
Oh, there we go. Have we been utilizing the replay a lot?
You know, I've been just having sometimes, we use it, but I've had so many great conversations today too that it's just like.
Right, yeah, for sure.
I really enjoyed conversations with like.
It's been a long time since we've really had you, on the mic a substantial amount.
I'm a little bit rusty, but
Well, that's perfectly fine. So
Dream Das.
I don't know if he got the lockout on that one.
Rennie looked a little soft, but we'll see what the judge. Yeah. That's kind of what I expect. Yep.
So it is yellow. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't look like he locked it out. And our little cheat sheet here, of course, yellow is everything else, which does not help us at all. But yeah, so the elephant in the room. What was the gentleman's name again?
That was Jaden Nash here. Yep, Jaden Nash.
Okay, I'll talk. I'll mention what I wanted to say here in a second. Here, let's take a look at Michael's lift here. It's a good-looking lift to me. And he got 3 white lights. So when he went to squat the 700, and I forget what it was, I was trying to work on getting your guys, like one of your next interview guys, and I seen that he was up there, and I'm like, shoot, I should go run over there real quick. And I ran over, and I felt a little bad at the time, but I kind of like pushed one of our spotters out of the way. I'm like, no, I'm gonna get this. And then I went to apologize later, and I don't know if you've seen their faces, but they were very excited that I came over there.
Oh, that's so actually. Hunter Penny, second lift. We are just flying through these deadlifts, folks. He's going to be doing 391.32 pounds or 177.5 kilograms. Lightweight for Hunter Penny here.
It looked like that could have been his opener.
I know. But you know what? It's all in hindsight sometimes. I'm sure he came in with a game plan.
Yeah.
I think that moved easier than his first deadlift, if I remember correctly. But
there you go. Some people like to get warmed up on the platform.
Yeah. Some people get better as time goes. It happens all the time.
Absolutely.
Like your warm-ups feel like crap, but then you're...
I've definitely been there.
Yes, 100%.
Be like, what am I even doing here?
What are you doing? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Isaac Parker, 185 kilograms. We are entering 400 territory here,
Another
folks.
guy with a set of hams on his legs there, too.
Yeah, they do. These guys have absolute tree trunks on them. Oh, my goodness. Just look at the
cherry face. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. And just like, I mean, their quads, the definition on the quads, just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, just look at that V.
Oh, yeah.
The teardrops.
For sure.
But let's put our focus back on the stream here. We got Tom Hogan here, 200 kilogram attempt here for the state record attempt for men's raw master deadlift only. We saw him already, with not wearing the shirt, showing off all his guns here. Mixed grip, sumo stance. He's gonna lock himself in place. He just rips it off the floor. 4 for the state record, and he gets it.
2-1, that's all he needs.
That's all he needs. You only need the 2. No one specifically ever looks for 2 white lights, but I will take the 2 when I get it.
Listen, for me, and I know I've said it before and I'll say it again, if I'm squatting and I get more than 2 white lights, I think I squatted too deep. But that's just like me in a personal opinion.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you coming from equipped lifting, getting deep in those squat suits. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's an experience.
Oh, I bet. Gabriel Tuller here. Oh, light wake on the second attempts here.
Very narrow conventional stance.
Yes, very narrow. But also, we're 2 big dudes.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That is very true.
We are going to naturally just have a wider stance. Everyone's built differently, so just do what works for you. But it's not as narrow as Nick Best, if you've ever seen him deadlift.
I think so. I'm horrible.
Yeah, he literally toes pointed out like this.
Yeah, there's just like kind of like a little ballerina stance almost. Yeah.
Anthony O'Neill, his second attempt. 205, looks good. What did the judges say?
Big fan of his sumo deadlift form.
Yes.
I don't know, that just looks really good.
It looks really good for him. And speaking of refs, we did get to talk to Bryn today. I think that was actually a great interview.
Yeah.
Actually getting to hear from the refs. Obviously, we always talk about, our refs are great and everything, but actually to hear from a ref and a competitor.
Oh, yeah.
Someone really deep.
Who competed in primetime.
Yeah, who competed in primetime too. It's great to hear from their perspective and where the sport is and how they see everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew Norton, second attempt, 227.5 kilograms. See him loosening the arms. I think he's lengthening.
Yep. Just trying to do the best that he can to make his arms as long as possible. Very snappy at the top.
Very snappy. I'm more of a pull the slack out kind of guy and then push with my legs.
Yeah.
But for some people the snap works.
Yeah, but he got the 3 white lights.
You get the 3 white lights.
You know, and that's all that really matters. And like speaking of primetime, for those that are watching and listening, registration for states opens on Sunday at noon.
Turn on the horn sound effect. I
forget which one it is, and I don't want to do the wrong one.
The fart one? Don't do it for Trevion. Trevion coming out here. Second attempts, 230 kilograms here, 507.06 pounds. Trevion choosing sumo.
There we go.
That looks strong. Will they give it to him?
Yes.
And that's good.
Nope. I'm going to find the horn button. Give me just a second.
I don't think you have a horn button.
I don't.
You have the sad horn button.
I have the sad horn button, but we don't want that one. I know, we'll have to add one.
But say that again. What do the folks get to look forward to?
Yeah, so it's the registration for our state meet, which is in November, that opens on Sunday at 12 noon. In order to qualify for primetime, you have to have a USAPL total, and you have to be registered for states to be eligible for primetime. I don't want to give a whole bunch of details about primetime because primetime is kind of Dane's baby. Yeah. So I don't want to give inaccurate information about it, but I do know those 2 things for sure.
And Brian Mullet, a grind. I don't know if the lockout's there.
Looks a little soft.
Let's see what the judges say.
He got it 2-1. That's all he needs.
And he got a red on the middle.
Yeah.
So soft knees for sure.
Yep. So which is what we saw from Dane. The walking rule book.
Yeah.
So that's not surprising.
Yep. Maybe we can get Dane on here to talk about it a little bit.
So Chloe actually mentioned that she did want to, and I was going to try to pull Dane in here, but he's the head ref, and I can't take the head ref out.
No, that makes sense.
So
he's kind of important around here right now.
Yeah, for sure. But I'll have to make sure, and you can maybe help me to remind me to try to get him on here, so that way we can get him on here, even if he's probably not going to want to. I'll grab him by the ear and drag him over here.
You think with all the times he has to read out the rules to people, he get used to talking to a crowd.
Right. Well, he says that he hates the sound of his own voice, so that doesn't help.
I kind of get it, though.
I kind of
get it. Lewis, 257.5. He's going to be at the bottom here at the session 1 deadlifts. And he's going to get it.
Yeah, so he ended up going up 10 kilos.
Yes.
Which is more than I would have thought. But, I mean, it worked out well for him.
Maybe
he's more of a grinder.
Yeah, maybe he's more of a grinder.
Sure.
It takes him a little bit, but he's going to put up weight there. We're going to see what he puts here for a third attempt. I'm curious.
Yeah.
And he goes up by another. Hold on. Where did it go? He went up. Okay, so it looks like that's a minimum, 260.
Okay, yeah, so he didn't go up very much.
That makes sense, based on what I saw.
It makes sense to me as well, yeah, for sure.
And we're back at the top of flight. This will be the last lift for these lifters in Flight A here in session 2. And we're going to start off with Isaac Hess. Isaac, he is 3 for 8 today. Let's see if he can make it 4 for 8 with his deadlift. 137.5. Oh, just not there.
No, unfortunately.
I can understand the frustration.
You know, I like to make the joke, and I've said it to you a bunch of times.
Yes.
You know, it's almost like they put super glue underneath the plate sometimes, and you know, when you go for a heavy deadlift, it just won't get off the floor on you.
Someone's playing a prank, and it's not funny.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, I think I'm going to head out. I got a couple things I just want to check on real quick. I just figured I'd just sit down with you for a couple minutes.
Thanks, Dad.
So
appreciate it.
All right, I'll talk
everybody.
to you later.
Ray Vandermeer. Thanks,
right.
Ray.
And hey, you know, and I know Ian doesn't get all the credit he deserves. Ian's the one that puts the stream together. You know, I give him all these crazy ideas. Let's take a look at Drew Das real quick. He definitely needs this deadlift.
Setup. Pulls.
I'm not sure on that.
Oh, it's
he
good.
Got 3 white lights.
Give him credit where credit. That was,
yeah,
I think,
another look at that.
For his life right here. If he did not get that, he would have bombed out here right at the end. He needed that, folks.
Yeah.
A scary situation to be in, but he pulls through at 155 kilograms here.
So anyway, like I was saying, I don't think you get enough credit.
Oh, thank you.
For how much you do for the stream. I mean, because Ian's the one that sets it up. I mean, I do give him some crazy ideas of what I'd like to see and everything like that, and you do a great job.
Elijah.
3 white lights for Elijah. Awesome. But anyway, I really do appreciate Ian. I know I tell you that all the time, but I figured I'd at least want to say it on here.
I appreciate it.
So for the millions of people that watch, we both know that's a lie. But, you know, for everyone, for everyone that watches, just like how much, you know, Chloe and I appreciate you, you know, being a part of our Power Belly family and doing, you know, putting up with my crazy ideas, staying up late, you know, getting everything put together for us. I really do appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you guys. You guys give me the opportunity to kind of bloom in this field that I never thought I would be blooming in. So awesome. I appreciate it. Thanks, brother. All right, folks. And it's back down to 1 here. Oh, shoot. Michael Henderson. Apologies for that. I got confused on my controls, but he gets 3 white lights. Let's give him the replay, folks, here. Let's give him the video he deserves here. Mike Henderson. Beautiful deadlift. Beautiful third deadlift for Mike Henderson here today. Good job, Mike. And now we're going to Hunter Penny here, 190 kilograms. Wearing the Get Better Today singlet. I'm trying to remember whose brand. I think that was Russell Orhe's brand. No longer in business, unfortunately, so he could focus being an athlete. Someone correct me if I'm wrong here, but I do believe that is the case. Drubert showing all the love here. Hunter Penny. I think that deadlift looks good, 190 kilograms. And he will finish that off. His heaviest deadlift, 190 kilograms. And Drubert, 94, showing some love for his cousin. Absolute beast, that is right, Mike Henderson. Absolute beast out there today. Michael Henderson, one of the few athletes that went 9 for 9 today. Hunter Penny also going 9 to 9 today. Great feat from both athletes. Not failing a single lift today. Next athlete on the platform here, going to be Isaac Parker, 192.5 kilograms. Going with the conventional stance here. And I just love watching just all the setups here from all our athletes. Get a little stretch, pulls the slack, see the bar bending, can he get it? No, he can't. He got it off the floor, but just couldn't get off his knees. And you know, that is a difference here between sumo and conventional. With sumo, it's harder to get off the ground, but once you get off the ground, it's a little bit easier. But with conventional, it's easier to get off the ground, but you need to get it past your knees. And don't tune out just yet. We have Tom Hogan for his final attempt at 205 kilograms or 451.95 pounds for a state record attempt. He's about to try to be his own attempt here, and he just rips it off the ground. My goodness. Yeah, give that man his 3 white lights. He just ripped that sucker off the ground. No problem at all. Fist bumping his coach, saying hi to Chloe. Much love to Thomas Hogan. Not only did he beat the state record, he beat it twice. He beat himself once to get that. Gabriel Tuller here for his 3rd attempt. 215 kilograms. That's 473.99 pounds. Going with conventional. A grind. Let's see if that was a lockout from the judges. Waited for the lights, and they give it to him. Good job to Gabriel Tuller. You see him pump up, get it up there, and lockout. Great stuff from Gabriel. Anthony O'Neill coming up next, 227.5 kilograms. He'll be competing at 87.2 kilograms here. And folks, if he gets this deadlift, he will stay in first place. So Anthony needs this to stay in first place. Anthony amped up, looking for his positions. Roots his feet in, takes his breaths. And the bar comes off the ground, past his knees, locks out. And it's good. A long wait, but Anthony will keep first place by getting his 3rd lift. He's amped up. I see him hugging his coach over there. Great stuff from Anthony O'Neill. Bars loaded for Andrew Norton here. 240 kilograms. That's going to be 529.11 pounds here. Andrew Norton. He is 7 for 8. Can he make this 8 for 9? He can. And the judges agree as well. Andrew Norton will get his 8 for 9 today. Great stuff from Andrew. And really, it was just his first squat, which was for depth. So, you know, it's kind of like he went 9 for 9 today if we really just give it to him. Trevion coming up. 2 successful deadlifts so far. He's going into his 3rd. He took a 15-pound jump, so 230 to 245 here. Excuse me, folks. Pumps into it. Comes off the ground. Ran out of gas. But Trevion makes it through the day. His biggest deadlift today will be at 230 kilograms here. And that will put him at a total of 597.5 kilograms today. Lewis here, his 3rd attempt, he will take a minimum jump to 260. He was a little bit, he was a little bit shaky on that last one. We'll see how easy this one comes for him. But second to last lifter in this flight for Flight A, and then we will go straight into Flight B here. Here we go. Lewis goes for it. Bar comes off the ground. Will he get it past his knees? He's shaking. I think he has it. Folks, I think that's a lockout. What do the judges say? And the judges say it's good. 2 white lights, but that's all he needs. Let's look at the replay. Let's see the grind out at the end here. He's like right there. The minimum jump was the correct call here, and that will go towards his total. It looks like in the men's Raw Open, he will secure first place. Brian Mullet, he will be going for 260 pounds, or sorry, not pounds, kilograms. We do kilograms. Heaviest deadlift for Flight A, Session 2. Going for the sumo. Comes off the ground. Not past the knees. He was just right there, but just couldn't hold it. Good try from Brian Mullet, but just wasn't there. And that will conclude Flight A, folks. That will conclude Flight A, and we will be moving into Flight B. Our last lifters for today. We are at the end stretch here. If you're Ran Chloe, you've been here since like 5:45 a.m. If you're me, I slept in a little bit and got here at least by 7 to continue setting stuff up. And if you've been a watcher, you've been here since like at least 8:30. So exciting times. We're reaching the end time, and looks like the bar is loaded for Flight B here. 172.5. Ethan Morrow, Mr. Gut Cut himself, the man of olive oil and bliss, gets his mixed grip, gets it past his knees. That's the first lift if I've ever seen it. Ethan Morrow, good to go on that lift. I mean, not much to comment. Just a beautiful. I mean, it was a little bit uneven, but I kind of associate that with just a little bit of the mixed grip. But looks good here. Let's see how they adjust into going into his next lifts. I see Stefan, his coach, who we interviewed earlier. Looks like they'll be doing the 10 kilogram jump. Confident in that. Glenn Letter. He's going to start off at 180 kilogram opener for his deadlift. That's the same what he started for his squat today. So I wonder if he'll be following the same pattern here. It's fast. It's easy. Glenn Letter. First attempt, 180 kilograms for deadlifts. Now, folks, if you like what you've seen on the stream today, please consider subscribing, coming to our meets, following us on our unbanned Instagram. Chloe got banned from Instagram because, Chloe be Chloe and she be doing stuff. It's actually probably not her fault. I just like to give her a hard time, and she likes to give me a hard time. We have that family dynamic. But Ryan Churchfield here, Ryan having a day. 190 kilogram for his opener. He rolls the bar in like Eddie Hall. Bar comes up, comes down, and no surprises here. Hopefully, yes, he gets his white lights. But please follow our unbanned Instagram account. We have been freed from Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. But seriously, go follow our support, join our meets if you can, join the live stream when you can, and who knows, maybe I convince Chloe to do another merch drop. Let's see. Jake Sheehan, opening up at 200 kilograms here, 440.92 pounds. I haven't said it all day, but I'm loving the beard, dude. Big script, bar comes up, that's a first attempt, in all in black. Gets all 3 white lights. He was waiting. He was waiting for that fist bump. He was waiting a long time. That spotter in the back. But eventually he just needed to make sure that everything was okay, and there was no red light mishaps here. After that, we have Brett Hetzner. After Brett Hetzner, we're going to have Tyler Horton coming up next. Brett Hetzner opened up at 212.5 kilograms. He's competing in men's raw junior 20 to 23 100 kilogram class. And it's going to be an easy deadlift for him. Easy money. I mean, that's just kind of what you expect from first deadlifts, right? Just first most things. I mean, sometimes the weights aren't there. The strength isn't there, I should say. The weights are there. Numbers are numbers, and weights are weights. And Tyler Horton, show us what you got for your first attempt here. I mean, you know, I think the great thing about these athletes, especially as they get heavier, no matter how light, no matter how heavy, they try to keep their technique similar, the same. It's probably close to what they see in their training. So I'm glad that it's a ritual. I mean, I do the same thing, right? I'm gonna do the same motions every time, no matter how light, no matter how easy. I look silly, but you know, it's that comfortability, it's that confidence going to my lifts, knowing that, you know, it's gonna be the same. You know, I'm gonna feel good about it. Caleb Bott choosing to go shirtless. That is within the rules for him to do that. And you can see on his right leg, he's got baby powder all over it. That is a normal practice. A normal practice when you are deadlifting heavyweight. And you know, for first deadlift, that did look like a little struggle there. But as we've seen from Lewis, that could mean not too much. He's waiting for the lights. Hasn't come up yet. And it gives it to him. Let's go ahead. I missed the replay waiting for the lights. That's okay. He got it. That's all that matters. And folks, we have Jackson Roy on deck. Jackson Roy. He will be doing, let's see here, 247.5 kilograms. That's well over 500 pounds here, folks, for his opener. He's lifting someone's fridge for an opener. A little bit shaky. That looks like a good lockout for him. And they will give it to him. Good stuff from Jackson Roy here. Jackson Roy is right now 6 for 6. So hopefully he's able to keep that going, and we're able to see a 9 from 9 from Jackson Roy today. Jesse Schmade, his first attempt, 250 kilograms for 551.15 pounds. That's going to be 4 red plates, a green, and a black plate here. He is also opting to lift without the shirt, just the singlet, well within the rules. And I do see, I think those are Converse for deadlifts. Not uncommon, just because it's a hard sole shoe. You're going to see people lifting weights. I used to do it. I prefer wearing my Vivos. I like to be connected to the ground. If they let me, I'd let my dogs out and lift barefoot. But you can't do that in competition. You have to wear something. So he's going to wear shoes. And he gets it off the ground, but gets it past the knees, but just couldn't lock out. Jesse Schmade choosing a hard weight to start with here. That's going to put him in a little bit of pickle. as talked about before, once you have picked a weight, you can't go back down. So he's stuck at that weight, but hopefully that will not be his downfall. Hopefully that was just the first lift jitters. He's going to come back and hopefully reattempt that. Yeah, I do see he put in 250 kilograms for his next attempt here. So hopefully here, he will get that for his next lift and will not bomb out. Just because we're in deadlifts here, folks, there's still the potential to bomb out of the competition if he fails all 3 deadlifts. Thomas McCarty going with the conventional. I think he's going with hook grip here. Nope, mixed grip. You see, he's pulling the slack on the bar. You can literally see the bar bending before he gets it up, and that's a common strategy, right? Get the slack on the bar, and then even before you've even started lifting it, like the weight should move if you are doing it correctly. And then all you have to do is kind of like a leg press, in my opinion. I've heard this before from other strongmen. Deadlifts are closer to leg press than we'd like to admit, because you're isolating the back, kind of holding it, tightening up your back, pulling all the slack out. Then you're pushing with your legs for the rest of it. You're not really lifting with your back as much as you're pushing with your legs, in my opinion. Mateo Perez, 272.5 kilograms here for his opener. We had just talked to his coach today, Jordan Bywater, one of his athletes. Mateo, very meticulous, making sure everything is just right. Legs covered in baby powder, just so the bar glides across his legs. It looks like he's going for hook grip, and that's easy money for Mateo Perez. What I expect out of a first attempt here. Kind of like, me pointed out. Usually I'm used to kind of I guess my knees also point out a little bit, but I don't know how to describe it. It's just a little bit different. I feel like his stance is pretty narrow, and that's why it caused it to look like that. Keegan Parker, 277.5 kilograms for his opening deadlift. That's 611.78 pounds on the bar right now, or 5 reds and 1 silver. Keegan Parker, also an athlete. Jordan Bywater here, and he's, textbook conventional. What an opener. Keegan Parker is just showing out today. Right now he is 6 for 6. He might just get up to that 8 for 8 here. And the standout athlete today, we can't stop talking about him, Jaden Nash. Now actually, I guess it's surprising to me, Jaden Nash, he opened his squat at 300 kilograms. And still impressive, don't get me wrong. Jaden Nash opened it up at 282.5 kilograms, 622.81 pounds. From what I understand, Jaden Nash, stronger squatter, but still a great deadlifter. And that's a heavy opener, folks. I want to say that's the weight at least of a baby hippo. Yeah, a baby hippo, actually not that heavy, 110 pounds. Heavy for the regular person. Let's admit that. Thank you to the comments on the stream. Definitely not a paid bot. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what to say, except thank you. I know who it is. But let's get back top of the flight V here. We have Ethan Morrow, Mr. Olive Oil himself. He grinds it. Oh, and he loses it. So folks, I don't think he locked out, and I think he almost passed out here. That's some heavy weight, right? And we've been. It's 6:37. We started at 3 o'clock here. I think you get a little lightheaded, you start to run out of gas, and the weight gets heavy. There's a chance that here when we get to these heavier deadlifts, we're going to see some people pass out. Hopefully not. We don't want to see anyone get hurt. That's why we have our great spotting and loading team watching out for us in case of events like that. But we'll see how he adjusts here. I see his coach Stefan. We got to interview him today, so we'll see what kind of adjustments they make. Maybe that's it for him today. We'll see. Glenn Letter coming in for his second attempt. Oh, easy second attempt. Come on, Glenn. 190 kilograms. He took a 10 kilogram jump here. I mean, I had no doubt the judges would give it to him. Glenn Letter. I at least see him take a 10 kilogram jump here. And Julie Vandermeer here. I see Ray's mom. Thank you for the comments. I appreciate it. You know, you know, what can I say? I think it's the Filipino genes in me. My ancestors are carrying me. I blame my, I contribute that to my parents and their amazing genetics. As we wait here for Ryan Critchfield, his second attempt will be at 200 kilograms. That's going to be 440.92 pounds. And yes, folks, I'm definitely doing the math in my head, converting kilograms to pounds on the fly because, you know, I'm just so smart like that. Ryan Critchfield, 200 kilograms. He's going with a mixed grip. Again, rolling bar technique to put him into place in the pocket. Glides past his legs to the lockout. And he just walks off, doesn't even wait for the lights. He knows he's got it. You have to have that certain amount of confidence that your lift was that good. And it was that good. Come on now. The eye test alone. If I can tell from here, you know, I'm sure Ryan knew. Jake Sheen. He'll be going up next. 217.5 kilograms for his next, his second attempt here. Currently, he's in third place for Men's Raw Open. Jake Sheehan up to the plate. You're going to see that you know, every athlete is attention to detail here. He's going to make sure his feet are in the right place. He's just taking his time. Hey, you have a whole full minute. You can wait 30 seconds, half of the time, because it could mean everything. Let's see if they'll give it to him. Jake Sheehan, a grind to the top. Do they give it to him? And it's good. 3 white lights for Jake Sheehan. That looked like at least that had to be an RP9 or RP10 here. We'll see. We'll see what he gives the judges here and see if he goes for a third attempt. And it looks like he will scratch the third attempt. That will be the most he does today. 217.5 kilograms for Jake Sheehan. Give it a hand for Jake. I mean, if you feel like that's all you can do, why risk the injury? Just say, hey, that's it for me today. I'm happy with that. And that's perfectly fine, folks. Caleb Bott here, 227.5 kilograms. He's currently in first place in his class of Men's Raw Junior. He is representing TC Powerlifting here. Caleb going for the pinch grip. Look at those muscle striations in his shoulders, his arms. And 3 white lights. He's happy with that. We'll see if he goes up here. I imagine we're going to see a minimum jump here from him. But, you know, we'll just see what happens here. Brett Hetzner. He's going for 227.5. He's going for the same amount here as Caleb Bott. He's currently second place in his class for Men's Raw Junior 20 to 23, 100 kilogram class. Mixed grip, conventional. And that goes up easy. And there, no doubt, 3 white lights. I'd like to thank everyone watching the stream today. You know, here we're trying to bring visibility to the sport the best we can. You know, thank you to Ray and Chloe here for the recognition. I appreciate it. Just doing the things that I like and helping out where I can. If you want to support us, subscribe to the channel here. Tyler Horton, second attempts here, 230 kilograms. Just make sure. He likes to tighten his belt right as he gets there. Personally, I like to tighten my belt before I even get to the platform. Tyler likes it right before he does lift, and that's perfectly fine. Works for him. Gets the lockout here. Just a beautiful display here. 3 white lights. Expected nothing less. Guys, we are getting heavy. We are back at Jesse here. Jesse failed his opening attempt at 250. He will be running that back to 50 kilograms here. By the way, I know we poke fun at our friends and family here. Chloe Darnell, if you follow her on Instagram, Spins Deadlift, there was a fun story posted on her saying that she got her account back. You get a chance, take a look. Let me know in the chat when you get to see it. Jesse Smade. He's taking his real time. I mean, 1 minute here. It's already 30 seconds, and it doesn't even look like he's getting close to lifting. But that's okay. Take your time. It doesn't take the whole minute to lift the weight. He's really pulling out the slack, making sure everything's just right. Pulls. Gets past the knees. Can he lock out? Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, that's what I thought. No lockout here. That puts Jesse in the danger zone here. Jesse Smade in the danger zone of bombing out here right at the end. That would be unfortunate for that to happen. But we'll see. We'll see right here. Jesse Smade. If he can... Oh, actually, it looks like he completely scratched his third attempt, so that will be Jesse Spade's win today. He will bomb out of the competition just because he did not get a deadlift today. Hey, it happens to the best of us. Some days it's just not there. But we do the best we can to be ready for competition. Jackson Roy coming up to the plate here. He's going to be attempting 257.5 kilograms. That's 567.69 pounds. That looked rough. Could not get it past his knees. And we'll see what he does for his third attempt. I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, he has to either go for that same amount again. He could go heavier, but I don't think that's really well advised here. Or he can scratch it just because it's just not going to be here today. And I think they're actually going with the same weight. And he will be going back up for the same weight again. Back on the plate, Thomas McCarty here for his second deadlifts, 272.2 pounds. And we have Brianna DuBois, 8630, showing her support for Thomas. Thomas, let's go. Hashtag team momentum here. Thomas, for your team. Second attempt here. Oh, easy money. Come on, Thomas. All the momentum in the world here. 272.5 kilograms. That is only a second attempt. Let's see where he'll go for his third attempt. Mateo Perez. Great showing out from Don't Quit out here today. Man, I just love seeing our athletes. 287.5 kilograms, or 633.83 pounds here. Boys, it is getting heavy out here. I mean, do you see the bar is just sitting there and it's bending. Taylor Guzzi. Thomas needs to send it. I agree. I mean, see how easy that stuff moves? He can definitely send it here on his third attempt. And it will look like he's going for a 10-pound jump for his last attempt for 282.5. Mateo Perez. 287.5 kilograms. And gets it off the ground. I imagine that's good, right? 3 white lights. It is good for Mateo. Just Jordan Bywater doing great things for these athletes. I mean, Mateo Perez, he has not failed a single lift yet today. He is 8 for 8. Let's see if he can go 9 for 9. Keegan Parker coming up next too, another of Jordan Bywater's athletes. 292.5 kilograms or 644.85 pounds. Keegan Parker. Bar's loaded, timer is gone. Here comes Keegan Parker, folks. Keegan, show us what you got. Keegan Parker. Lifts. Gets past the knees. Come on now. Keegan Parker, look at those quads, man. They're just popping. 3 white lights for Keegan Parker. Absolute show out today. I think it has to be a big jump, right? At least 10 kilograms here from Keegan Parker. 305. Oh, more than that is more. I think that is 10.25, if I'm doing the math correctly on the fly. My girlfriend says I am not great at math, and I do not disagree with her. Anyway, Jaden Nash. Men's Raw Open, 140 plus. He's also part of Don't Quit. Massive monster, 655.87 pounds. Comes off the floor. Oh my goodness, come on, Jaden Nash. Long lift, our MC out on the floor. Hold it, oh! Actually did not get it, and he will get blue here. Now, there's 2 things here, hitching or support on the thighs. Now here's the problem, right? The power lifters, right? We squat, we deadlift, and even on bench, we use a lot of leg drive. We have big legs. And that's great when you want to move a lot of weight, but it's not great when you're trying to get around those tree trunks on deadlift. It really, comes across, you drag it across those thighs, and it could, look like it's supporting on the thighs when you don't really need to, but also when it gets heavier, you're just trying to grind it out and you accidentally support on the thighs. Ethan Morrow, 3rd attempt here. 182.5 kilograms for his last attempt. He'll be running it back. Ethan Morrow, olive oil man himself, pulls the slack, gets it off the ground. Not there, has to take the knee. And Ethan Morrow showing out there today. EVOO! Ethan Morrow, Mr. Gut Cut himself. Still great showing. See the hug between him and Stefan. Ethan Morrow. He will still get first in men's raw team 2. That's the 16 to 17-year-olds. Ethan Morrow really, he put it all out there today. I mean, he got his first lift. So just because he failed that 3rd one, he's still, he's not going to bomb out of this competition. And we're just waiting here, folks. Waiting for the next one to come up here. Glenn Letter coming up here for his last attempt. 205 kilograms. That's 451.95 pounds here. Again, Definitely doing the math in my head. Just don't ask me in person. It can only happen on stream where I do the math in my head, folks. Do not ask me in person, just because I'm going to be tired. Duh. You can see a little calm corner, a little technical difficulty. Got the menu on the screen here. That went away. Lead letter. Last lift of the day for himself, 205. Oh, and it looks like it's glitching out, but 205 for Glenn Letter. Bang! And folks, I'm going to tell you if it's good. Well, I'm waiting on the judges too. I think there's something wrong with the software here. I think he's probably good here. There's no way it's not good. We're running some technical difficulties. It looks like the lift was good. So, great things for Glenn Letter here. He's going to end off the day 6 for 9. Ryan Critchfield, 210 kilograms. If he gets this, he will stay in first place for Men's Raw Master. Conventional, a little bit wider. Keeps the hands close. Comes off the floor, grinds it up. I imagine Ryan gets that right. And Ryan gets 3 white lights. Did not see the lights go off there. I think I see our head hippo here, Rain Vandermeer, working through the technical difficulties. Luckily, it is not in my department. I do work in IT, but I will work in IT in the media department today. I did have to turn one computer off and back on today, and it was mine. I see. I got Ray's cousin over here filling in for me on the media. He's been great. Shout out to AJ. Saw him laughing at my joke. Bonus points for that. Caleb Bott, last attempt here today. Deadlifts, last lift, 230 kilograms. He needs this to stay in first place. He is competing Men's Raw Junior 2023 100 kilogram class. He needs this. Up it goes, and doesn't leave much farther from the ground. Unfortunate, but it happens. It looks like we're still having issues with our system here, but not to worry, I have got you guys covered. Brett Hitzner here for his last attempt, 245 kilograms, 540.13 pounds. Brent needs this to stay second place in his class. Men's Raw Junior 20 to 23, 100 kilogram class. Up it goes. Crowd goes wild. It's a good lift, everybody. It's a good lift. No lights, but I do get to see. Oh, there's the lights. He gets it. There we go. Tyler Horton. Last lift for today, 245 kilograms. If he gets this, he will stay in second place here. He needs this. Belt comes on. Let's go, Tyler. Like a lock, 239. It comes up. Can he get it? It's close. Judges say it's good. Tyler Horton gets his last lift of today. Hey, 2 white lights. That's all you need. Now, back to Jackson Roy. He will be doing the same amount, 257.5. As I remember from his last attempt, Didn't really get too far off the ground, but let's see if he was able to make an adjustment here, or just need a little bit of rest here. The timer is already going. I imagine he's just taking his time here, just seeing, hey, you know, let me take my time here. Folks, if you're having a great time today, we need all the interaction we can get to get Power Belly out there to all the folks. Share the stream, make clips, be in the comments, tell us how much you like us and dislike us. Tell us things that we need to do better. Tell us things that we don't do so great. As they say on the YouTube space, any interaction is good interaction. But hopefully, it's only good things for you to say, as we are always trying to make it better. And I think we're actually having trouble with the Wi-Fi is not working good. I heard we're having trouble with the Wi-Fi. Luckily for me, I'm hardwired in for the live stream here. So no lights, but no worries, folks. That's why we have primitive technology here. We have the flags. Brianna DuBois, comment to support her big dog here. Thomas McCarty. Or no. Thomas McCarty, I think, hold on, I think we're having technical issues here. Thomas McCarty definitely did not fail. He did not even get to come out yet. Neither did we see anything from Jackson Roy, and maybe he just decided to scratch it to give Thomas McCarty some more time. But I see here, we have our other head hippo here, Chloe Darnell, taking care of the issues. Big shout out to Ray and Chloe, as always, doing a great job helping run these meets. Bar is loaded. Who's the bar loaded for? Thomas McCarty here. Thomas McCarty will be coming out 282.5 kilograms or 622.81 pounds for Brianna DuBois. Let's go, Thomas. Thomas, do it for the fans. This is all you, big dog. Big script, pulls the slack, comes off the ground. Not quite there from Thomas McCarty. Thomas McCarty will go 6 for 9 today. As mentioned before, folks, we are running issues with our internet. It is hot in here. If you couldn't tell, it's hot, so our equipment decides to overheat. On one of our cameras, we actually have a fan blowing into the camera because it has a chance to overheat. And it's working great. Last meet I had to manually do that. I was just sitting there. And the big dog, Jaden Nash, comes out. 297.5 kilograms. Someone is moving our camera. Jaden Nash off the floor, not quite there, no lockout. And Mateo Perez comes next. I'm going to ask real quick, folks, just real quick. Big shout out to AJ here. He's going to center our camera here. Make sure that we are perfect. Much better. We are centered again, folks. Well, a little bit off center, but better angle, I think. All right, Mateo Perez. Get in the crowd. Hype up the crowd. Move a little bit. But Mateo Perez here. 300 kilograms for the state record attempt for Don't Quit. Men's Raw Junior, 20 to 23, and it comes off too easy. easy for the state record. Judges give him all 3 lights. Mateo Perez, the state record is yours at 300 kilograms. Gives a big hug out there. And last but not least, Keegan Parker here. 305 kilograms. Everyone's on their feet right now. 672.41 pounds, if you can hear Sam. Biggest lift of today. 4 deadlifts. Keegan Parker. If he gets this, will stay in first place. He needs this. Keegan Parker, show us what you got. Keegan, big breath. Big grip. Off the ground! Oh! But not quite the lift out there. But amazing effort from Keegan Parker here. 305 kilograms just was not there. And folks, that will conclude the USA Powerlifting Up North Unleashed lifting meet today in Traverse, Michigan. Right here, I think. No, sorry, I'm wrong. Up here. That will conclude our meet today. Great showings out today. I mean, great showings from Jaden Nash. Just like his 330 kilogram squat that he showed us out today. Mateo Perez, state record. And we had a few other state records from other lifters today, such as Gary getting his state records on bench. I'd like to, again, special thanks to everyone who came out to support the athletes, the coaches, the families and friends of the athletes, the team here at Power Belly Barbell, giving the athletes just a great experience here, and the people that help out, Power Belly to make this experience great. Everyone on the media team, Tanner White, who was here today, and AJ, who was also here to help us out with the media today. I'd like to thank the people that came out to do the interviews today. A lot of insight, always free, just the great information for you watchers out there today. And also, personally for me, my friends and family and my girlfriend who always support me in life to help me keep doing things like this, keep pushing forward. Again, thank you everyone for watching the stream today for the USA Powerlifting Up North Unleashed. And I hope you have a good night. See you everybody.